this English masterclass, you'll improve all areas of your English, but you won't do that by studying. You'll do that by listening to and shadowing real English in context, so you learn naturally, the same way natives do. Welcome back to JForrest English. Of course, I'm Jennifer. Now let's get started. First, you'll learn and shadow natural phrases you can use every day at home.
So maybe you say to someone in your household, can you pick up some paper towels the next time you're out? I'll say this slowly. And then I want you to notice all those pronunciation changes, all the linking as well. Can you pick up? Can you pick up? Pick up. So notice that K transfers. Can you pick up some paper towels the next time? There's only one T pronounced because we have two. The next time you're out, you're out, you're out, you're out. So now I'll say it at a natural pace and you can open your mouth and repeat after me. Can you pick up some paper towels the next time you're out? So of course, you can replace paper towels with whatever item you want. It can be food item, it can be a supply for your house, it could be clothing, makeup, it could be anything at all. Like Azam said, can you pick up some bread on your way home? Yeah, so this on your way home, the person is out right now. So notice how I used just the word out, out. So this means away from the home, not at home. So someone might call you and say, oh, can I come over to your house? And you say, oh, I'm out. I'm out. This means you're not at home. I'm out. So the next time you're out means the next time you leave the house, wherever. But this on the one Azam said, on your way home, the person is currently not at home. So great job. Can you pick up some bread when you're coming home? That works as well. Great job. Awesome, everyone. So this is a must-know phrase to have in your daily life because how often do we ask people to pick something up? And instead of pick up, you could say get or buy. Can you get some paper towels? Can you buy some paper towels? How about this one? Remember, this is phrases you can use with people in your household, your family members, but it could also be your roommates as well. It's your turn to take out the garbage. Now, maybe you say this with some frustration, or maybe you just say it in a more neutral tone. It's your turn to take out the garbage. It's your turn. So I'll say the pronunciation slowly so you can hear the linking and the reductions, and then I'll say it quickly. It's your turn. It's your turn. It's your turn to take. So this to will just be unstressed, to take out. So this K is going to transfer, to take out. Repeat after me, to take out the, out the. So don't pronounce this T, to take out the, to take out the, to take out the garbage, to take out the garbage, to take out the garbage. Bidge. So notice this ending sound is idge, garbage, garbage. And instead of garbage, you can absolutely say trash, garbage, same thing in this specific context. Okay. And Sochi said, it's always my turn. Yes, that applies to my husband as well. It's always his turn, never my turn. You don't need the to. If you include the to, you have to include the verb to take out the garbage or to take it out. But otherwise, just say, it's always my turn. It's always my turn. So instead of take out the garbage, maybe there are other tasks you share, like washing dishes or taking the dog for a walk or doing laundry, whatever it might be. It's your turn to do laundry. So your turn, it means that it's your responsibility this time, because on a schedule, we either rotate or change responsibility. And after, you just want the infinitive. It's your turn to wash the dishes. It's your turn to take the dog for a walk at 6 a.m., whatever it might be. Exactly, Atifa. It's your turn to do the dishes. So you might use this if there's a disagreement, your roommate or your sister says, you take out the garbage. And then you say, no, I did it last week. It's your turn to take out the garbage. Okay. How about this one? Oh, so this is something you can say to anyone in your household. You could also use this in a public place like a mall, a movie theater, maybe not the last part, but you can think of where else you can use these phrases as well. Definitely at the office. So I'll say it slowly. We'll talk about the pronunciation and then I'll say it quickly. Can you keep it down a bit? Can can you? Can you? Can you? Can you keep it? Keep it. Keep it. Can you keep it down? Down. So notice that N and A connect. Down. Can you keep it down a bit? Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on but notice because we have important, it's an. I'm on an important. I'm on an important. An important. So notice an, but then hold out that N. An important. Important. An important. I'm on an important call. Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on an important call. Now I'll say it quickly. Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on an important call. And maybe you say it with a little frustration. Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on an important call. Or maybe not. Maybe you just say it neutrally and politely. So to keep it, what is the it in this sentence? And down a bit, what does this mean? So who knows what this means? Let's see. And to walk the dog? Yeah. It's your turn to walk the dog. Absolutely. Yes, you can see that. It's your turn to walk the dog. It's your turn to take the dog for a walk, but that's takes longer to say it. So you can absolutely say it's your turn to walk the dog. Very nice. Okay, let's see. Who knows what this means? Can you keep it down a bit? Noise. Yes, yes. Basically, be quiet. Exactly. I love that. Exactly. So the noise, it could be coming from your voice. It could be coming from music. It could be coming from the TV. Maybe you're listening to my lesson. So it's my voice that's disturbing your sister or your husband. Keep it down a bit. You aren't living alone. Good reminder. So, can you keep it down a bit? Can you keep it down a bit? So, it represents the noise, the volume of music or TV. And then you may provide the reason why so the person understands why you need it to be quieter than it is now. I'm on an important call. Okay. That's a great one to have in your vocabulary. And maybe you'll need to do this at the office as well for your coworkers. Yeah, and you can provide a different reason why. I'm in the middle of a discussion. I'm in the middle of a discussion. I'm in the middle of a discussion. Yeah, stop being loud. Exactly. That would only be used, Marta, if you're the one talking. If it's the TV or music, then maybe I wouldn't say stop being loud. I would just say like turn down the music, turn down the TV. Let's keep going. How about this one? So remember, if you're talking to people in your household, well, maybe it's a roommate or maybe it's family members, but you agree to share the expenses. So you might say to someone in your household, tell me how much I owe you for water this month. Tell me how much I owe you for water this month. Tell me how much I owe you for water. So notice how unstressed this is for water this month. So this is stated as the imperative. I'm just giving it as an instruction. Tell me how much is the specific quantity, how much I owe you. So if I owe you money, it's in this context, it's because you paid the water bill, but you paid my portion of the water bill. So now I need to give you money to compensate you. So I owe you money. You owe someone money. So if you borrow from your friend, a family member, anyone, you owe that person money. And that person could say to you, hey, when are you going to pay back that $20 you owe me, that $200, $2,000, whatever it is? When are you going to pay me back? Which means return the money, settle the debt. Tell me how much I owe you for water. So for water, this represents you have to pay a bill that is specific for water. So for water, for gas, for electricity, for Netflix, for cable, for food, whatever, for the car, whatever your expenses are, you can just use that expense and then this month. And that represents the invoice, the bill you receive. Tell me how much I owe you for electricity. Exactly. Exactly. Perfect. Okay. Tell me how much I owe you for food. Exactly. Exactly. So one person goes to the grocery store, they pay for everything, including the items you wanted, and then you have to pay that money back. Back. Yeah. Tell me how much I owe you for the groceries. Exactly. Exactly. So this is a great one. And maybe even you're just out with a friend for lunch and your friend pays for lunch. Or recently I went to the movies with friends and then they bought the tickets. So then my husband said, how much do we owe you for the tickets? How much do we owe you? Because they paid for the tickets so we could get the seats together. And then we sent them our share of the cost. So this is a very useful one to have in your vocabulary. How about this one? We'll move on to things around your home and specifically we'll focus on repairs, Oh, that's on me. So I don't have to pay you. Oh, that's very nice. So you can say that if, let's say, Atifa says, tell me how much I owe you for dinner tonight. And then Alexander says, that's on me. It means Alexander is happy to pay for your dinner. So he doesn't want any money from you, Atifa. So you can say, thank you so much, Alexander. That's so sweet of you. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Alexander. That's awesome. All right. Before we move on, make sure you like this lesson if you're getting benefit from it, because this is the best way that you can pay me back for this free lesson is you can support the channel. So you can do that easily. Just like this lesson. It truly matters. And subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson, and then put yes, 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 yes in the comments if you're enjoying this lesson as well. And I have something else for you. And you don't have to pay me back at all because this is free and you don't have to pay for free things. So you can get this free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. So you can just go to the link that you see in the description and you can get this free speaking guide. And thank you so much, Ariel, for always being so generous. I appreciate that. All right, everyone, let's continue on. So remember, we're talking about home and specifically repairs. So this is something, unfortunately, that I'm dealing with right now. And it's really frustrating because it's an important appliance, the dishwasher. I don't want to wash the dishes. The dishwasher washes the dishes, but the dishwasher's been acting up. The dishwasher's been acting up. So here, what is that apostrophe S? What does that represent? I'll say this slowly and you can focus on the pronunciation and then put in the comments what this apostrophe S, what word does that represent? The dishwasher's been. The dishwasher's been acting up. Up. So notice when I'll hold this for the ing, that I'll just hold that when I say up. Acting up, acting up, acting up, acting up. The dishwasher's been acting up. The dishwasher's been acting up. Oh, the dishwasher's been acting up. Thank you so much, Belair Luis. What a beautiful name. I appreciate that. Okay, what does this mean? I saw Fabrice got it. Yeah, not working properly. So this is a true story. I take the dishes out. Most of them are dirty. And there's also this white substance on them, which I think is one of my examples as well. And you're right. The apostrophe S is the word has because it's the present perfect continuous. It started in the past a few weeks ago and it continues until now, unfortunately. So, what about you? Do you have anything in your house or office or in your daily environment that's been acting up? So, not behaving as it should, not behaving properly. We generally use this for electronics, but if you give me an example, I can let you know if it works in that case. Yeah, so hair dryer, that is an electronic. You have to plug it in. There's electronic pieces. My hair dryer has been acting up. You know, mine too. Sometimes I have to jiggle the cord. Jiggle means you move the cord around because as I'm using it, it just stops working. And then I jiggle the cord and it starts working again. So this is a true story for me too. The iron's been acting up. My laptop's been acting up. Exactly. My washing machine's been acting up. My fan's acting up. Exactly. Yeah. The microwave's been acting up. Jorge asked if acting up is only for things. I'm trying to think. I think parents sometimes use this with their kids, like, oh, the kids have been acting up all day, like not behaving properly. But I don't think it's used very much in like a workplace situation. Like my team's been acting up. It is used, parents generally use it with their children, younger children, but I don't think it's generally used for adults. So to be on the safe side, you can definitely use it with electronics and things. Okay, so how about this one? This is an example of how my dishwasher has been acting up. So if you want to give an example of how your oven has been acting up or how your cat's been acting up, yeah, you could use that as well with pets. Yeah. So here's my example. So think of what your example could be about your fan, your oven, your dishwasher, your whatever it was, your cat. So the dishes are coming out dirty. So that's not what is supposed to happen. Of course, a dishwasher is supposed to clean dishes. So this is an example. The dishes are coming out dirty. So coming out is when you take them out of the dishwasher and you look at them, they're dirty. There are different ways to say this, of course, but I feel like this is what a native speaker would say in daily speech. The dishes are coming out dirty. The dishes are coming out dirty. My younger brother has been acting up. Yes. Okay. The dishes are. So notice that dishes are, you'll have a little bit of a z sound. The dishes are coming out. We already talked about and out. The dishes are coming out dirty, dirty. The dishes are coming out dirty. And I already explained this. This one really annoys me because even after I scrub it, it's very difficult to get this white residue, which I assume is the soap that has not been properly rinsed off, but now it is caked on. If you say that something is caked on, it means that it's stuck on and it's very difficult to get off. So the dishwasher is leaving a white residue on the dishes. So this is another example of how the dishwasher has been acting up. The dishwasher is leaving a white residue. So residue is just a substance. That's what you can think of it, and it's used in a cleaning context. You can think of it. So if you clean your sink with a certain product, a cleaning product, and then you rinse it off, but then after you still see there's something white or a certain color, you would call that a residue because it is left on the surface. The dishwasher is leaving a white residue on the dishes. Yes, a thin layer. Absolutely. It is a thin layer. Thin but difficult to get off. The dishes are coming out greasy. Exactly. So greasy, just think of a feeling of oil when you touch it. For sure. You can say that. A sticky layer. Yeah, you can say that as well. Okay, so this is what I said to my husband. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? Do you think you'll be able to? You'll be able to fix it. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? So you could simply say, do you think you can fix it? For sure, you could say that. No issue with it. I used able to because it's more talking about his ability, which is why I chose it. But if you wanted to use can, that's fine. And then it's in the future simple. You will, you'll. Repeat after me. You'll, you'll. Do you think you'll be able to? You'll be able to fix it. But because this is a preposition and there's a next word, it's going to be unstressed to. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? To fix it. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? You'll be able to. You need able there. You can't just say you'll be to. You'll be able to repair it. You can use repair instead of fix for sure. I love this. You think it's fixable? Is it fixable? So if something is fixable, it means you're able to fix it. I like that. Do you think it's fixable? You think it's fixable? And then he dropped the do, which is very commonly done. Do you think it's fixable? Nice. Oh, Jorge, come over here. You need to, I'll try to fix it. Yes, I need someone to fix my dishwasher. Ah, okay. How about this one? Let's just get a new one. This one's super old anyway. So this is what I said because we've tried a few things, mainly just we put some really strong cleaning agent in because we thought maybe it's just clogged and maybe from the calcium and the hard water buildup. So we put like a cleaning solution to dissolve the minerals, the calcium, but that didn't work at all. So I said, let's just get a new one. Let's just get a new one. New one. And of course, one represents dishwasher. Let's just get a new one. This one's super old. This one's super. So because I already have that S there, I'm not going to pronounce that again and I'll connect them. This one's super old anyway. Super old anyway. Old anyway. This one's super old anyway. And it's true, it is very old. It's not the dishwasher's fault. It's very old. It lived a good life. Let's just buy a new one. Exactly. Let's just buy. So here, get represents buy. All right. So that's where we left off on our discussion of the dishwasher. And we'll see. We have to now go dishwasher shopping. So, shopping for a new dishwasher, dishwasher shopping. All right. So, let's move on to some phrases when you forget something. Oh, would you describe yourself as a forgetful person? Are you forgetful? So if you're forgetful, you're someone who forgets things. I think we are all generally forgetful by nature, and that's why we need to do things like write ourselves to-do lists so we don't forget things. So here's something that I said last week, and I was making this very specific eggplant stew served with rice. But the rice, one of the best parts of this dish is that you put carrots and raisins on the rice. And I forgot to get carrots and raisins. So I said this when I came home from the store and I'm unpacking and I said, "Oh no, I forgot to get carrots and raisins." I I don't know why I'm reversing them. Get raisins and carrots. "Oh no, I forgot to get raisins and carrots." Raisins and this is a hard one actually because we have raisins which ends on a S, of course. But then you're going to take this and just say, oh no, I forgot to get raisins and carrots. That's kind of tricky. I forgot to get raisins and carrots. Raisins and carrots. I forgot to get raisins and carrots. And I forgot them because they were not on my list, my grocery list. And if it's not on my list, I will not get it. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to get raisins and carrots. Yeah, it slipped my mind. It slipped my mind. That's a great one. I just forgot to get tomato paste. Exactly. You need a E at the end or else it's pronounced past. Paste. Exactly. Okay. They were on the list. Oh, yes, this is what happened. They were on the list. So raisins and carrots were on my grocery list. You can call it a grocery list, a shopping list, or simply a list if the context is obvious. They were on the list, but I forgot it at home. So I forgot my list at home, my little piece of paper. I forgot it at home. And that's why I forgot these items because I don't normally buy these items. They were on the list, but I forgot it at home. I forgot it, the list. I forgot it. Forgot it. So notice this T is going to become a soft D. I forgot it. Did, did, did at home. I forgot it at home. I forgot it at home. I forgot it at home. They were on the list, but I forgot it at home. That's the worst when you forget your list. Okay. My bad. I forgot my cell phone at home. Exactly. I forgot. And then something, and then you can use at a location. I forgot my cell phone at home. Well, maybe you would say I left my cell phone at home. I forgot to bring my cell phone. Yeah, you could say that. I forgot my cell phone at home. Yeah. Awesome. Oh no. Jorge, I forgot the last month the whole bag with groceries in the bus. Oh no. Oh no. That sucks. So that's what you can say if someone tells you that story. That sucks. That sucks. When you're expressing the awfulness of the situation. That sucks. That sucks. And it does. That definitely sucks. Okay. You can say to someone, put that on the to-do list so I don't forget. So let's say your roommate, your family member, your spouse asks you to, I don't know, fix the leaky sink or pick up some yard bags, whatever task it is. Then you can say, put that represents the task or the item. Put that on the to-do list so I don't forget. And then you have your big long list of things that you need to do. Atifa, oh no, I forgot to pay the electricity bill on time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not a good thing to forget. How about this one? I put the appointment in my calendar and turned on reminders. So, this is how you can avoid forgetting something. You can put the appointment in your calendar. So, notice that preposition in your calendar. So, if someone asks you, are we having lunch tomorrow? You can say, yep, it's in my calendar. It's in my calendar. So you're letting the person know that it's confirmed. For you, it's confirmed because it's in your calendar. It's in your calendar. I put the appointment in my calendar. Maybe it's for a dentist appointment, an eye appointment, an appointment with your lawyer, real estate agent, whatever it is. I put the appointment in my calendar and turned on reminders. So if you turn on reminders, it means you activate the reminders. You tell your calendar you want to be reminded about this appointment, and then you choose the time 24 hours in advance, 1 week in advance, 1 hour in advance, whatever it might be. I put the appointment in my calendar and turned on reminders. And yes, you can say schedule. So calendar, schedule, they're generally used interchangeably. That's in my schedule. It's in my calendar. Yeah, very nice. So I won't forget them. Yes. So in spoken English, we generally take them and then we just pronounce it as m. Forget them, forget them, forget them. How about this one? Did you remember? So if you want to ask someone if they didn't forget to do something, so if they did something that they were supposed to, you can start with did you remember? So notice the pronunciation. Did you? Did you? J. There's going to be a J sound. Did you? Did you? Did you remember? Did you remember to? Did you remember to call the repair guy about the dishwasher? Native speakers, we generally use the word guy. Yes, it is a little gender exclusive because we're assuming it's a male. And in a conversational context, it's more common to say guy instead of man, but you could absolutely say man. The repair guy. The repair guy about the dishwasher. The repair guy about the dishwasher. This is a very casual way of referring to this person. The person has a different official job title, but this is just what we call them conversationally. So I would say to my husband, "Oh, don't forget the repair guy's coming today." Is the repair guy coming today? Did you call the repair guy? So that's how my husband and I would talk about this person, although they have a different job title than repair guy is not on their business card. Did you remember to call the repair guy about the dishwasher? So that's how you can ask. You could simply say, "Did you call? Did you call the repair guy?" If you say, "Did you remember to call?" You're also at the same time letting your husband know that this was a task and I want to know if you did the task you were assigned. Okay, let's move on and ask for recommendations. Can you think of any recommendations? Jorge, you're close. The technical term would be like the official job title. So the technical term, I can't remember what I said, but I think maybe I said the technical term. And probably the more technical term for a repair guy might be technician. Technician. So that might be what he has on his business card, technician. Maybe he's a mechanic, an electrician. I'm not sure what his formal job title would be, but technical term you could use. Okay, so let's look for recommendations. Maybe I ask my friend. So if I need a recommendation, the first thing I do is I go to people I trust. People who I know have the same style of taste that I have and people I trust for these things. So I would say to that person, "Do you know a good repair guy for a dishwasher?" So, because I'm talking casually to a friend or a neighbor or a colleague, I'm still going to use this casual, informal term, which is repair guy. Repair guy. Do you know a good repair guy for a dishwasher? Do you know? Do you know? So instead of saying, "Can you recommend," which is relatively formal, I wouldn't personally use that if I'm just talking to my friends or a neighbor or a colleague. I would just say, "Hey, do you know? Do you know? Do you know a good repair guy? Do you know a good repair guy?" And then I can be specific because obviously they specialize in different things for a dishwasher. Do you know a good repair guy for a dishwasher? This is a great one. Could you recommend some good places to visit in Japan? Absolutely. That's a great use of you recommend and perfect sentence structure. Awesome. Oh, I like this one. Where can I find someone? Where can I find someone who repairs hair dryers? Yeah, you just need an S on hair dryer because you're just talking about the general category. Otherwise, if you want to keep it singular, like mine is singular, you need an article. So, where can I find someone who repairs a hair dryer? But for yours, I think the general category, hair dryers, all of them. Where can I find someone who repairs hair dryers? That's really nice. I like that sentence structure. Well done. Welcome, Melina. Better late than never. My time zone changed. And I woke up on Sunday morning, and thankfully, the microwave and the oven don't change automatically, but my cell phone changed automatically. And I had no idea it was daylight savings. So that's why it might be a later or earlier for you, depending on your time zone, because my time zone changed on Sunday. Okay. Yeah, this is a good one. Do you know a skilled repair guy? Instead of good, skilled. A skilled repair guy for an AC. AC, air conditioner. AC. For a dishwasher, for an AC. Awesome. I love that. Great job, everyone. So this is if I wanted to fix our dishwasher, but I don't think it's worth it. So we're probably just going to buy a new one. So I would say to my friend or whoever, we're buying a new dishwasher. Are you happy with yours? Are you happy with yours? Your dishwasher. Are you happy with your dishwasher? So it's another way of a casual, regular way of asking, do you like your dishwasher? Because if you like your dishwasher, then most likely I know it's a good one. So you would recommend it. Are you satisfied with? Yeah, satisfied with is definitely a great alternative, a little more advanced, formal sounding, the more everyday is happy with, but absolutely you could use either one. Are you satisfied with? Are you happy with? Very nice. So it's a great way to ask for a recommendation. So someone might ask you, are you happy with your English teacher? Are you happy with your YouTube English teacher? And maybe you can say, I absolutely am. Okay. Now, how about this? Do you know who we could hire to take out our old dishwasher? Hmm. So notice this. Do you know who we could hire? So, who we could hire? We need to hire someone who we could hire to take out. So, take out in this context means remove our old dishwasher. So, take out our old dishwasher, get rid of it because obviously it's very large and we don't have the truck or anything. So, to take out our old dishwasher. And it could also mean technically they need to disconnect it and things like that as well. Do you know who we could hire to take out our old dishwasher? So you can ask who we could hire to fix our dishwasher as well, but in this context we're doing takeout. Do you know anyone who can take, maybe I would say take unwanted things or take our trash, something like that, who can take the discarded things, but yeah, something like that. Try to Google for recycling companies in your area. Yes, exactly. Well done. I like that. Okay, so, this person is really spamming. I'm trying to get rid of it. I don't know why someone would spend their time doing that. Okay, let's go on and respond to compliments. So, a compliment is when someone says something positive to you, like, wow, I love your hair. I love that shirt. Or really great job on the presentation or whatever it is. So that's a compliment, positive things that someone says. So, but you want to respond to the compliments. So let's learn some phrases. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. Now, keep in mind, these are probably a little more feminine of phrases. Guys, if you want to share some phrases that you would use, I'm happy to review them and make sure that they're correct and natural. But perhaps a little more of a feminine phrase. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. So, this is when someone offers you a compliment, like you have cute cats. That's so sweet of you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. How about this? Instead of that's so sweet of you, so you're just talking about that. The fact you said I have cute cats, that represents that's so sweet of you. So sweet of you. Now, instead, I could just say, oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. So you are, you're so sweet. Or like Marta said, thank you. That's so sweet of you. That's very nice of you to say. That's very nice of you to say. Exactly. That's very kind of you. Exactly. I love that. You're so sweet. Yes. You can emphasize that so. I appreciate it. I love that one. How about this? I appreciate it. You can absolutely say it like Marta did. That's very common. Or you can say, I appreciate your kind words. So the kind words is whatever the compliment is. The fact that someone says, you did such a great job on the presentation. I appreciate your kind words. I appreciate your kind words. Or I appreciate it. That works too. Now, I like the word truly. I think it sounds very strong because we don't use it in too many everyday situations. So when you hear it, you notice it more and it really emphasizes more than saying that's very. Although I wouldn't say that's very in this context. So that's very nice of you. That's truly nice of you. Because very is such a common word. We hear it so often that when I hear it, I don't notice it because it's just such a common word. But if I hear the word truly, it stands out a little bit more. I truly appreciate that. I truly appreciate that.
Great job shadowing. Now let's do something different. First, you'll listen slow so you hear the pronunciation and connected sounds. And then you'll listen fast, the way it sounds in the real world.
Let's start with a category: your phone. Something that is with you right now, something that doesn't leave your side. How about if someone asks you, do you have a charger? Do you have a charger? Now, as I'm saying the sentences slowly, I want you to hear those pronunciation changes. And then I'll say it fast at a natural pace, the way I would to my friends. So notice you have do you. There's that linking there. Do you? Do you have? So we can link these four words together. Repeat after me. Do you have? Do you have? Do you have a charger? A charger. A charger. And of course, this is the device you would use to charge your phone. Amir says, I don't give chargers. Buy one for yourself. There you go. There you go. So now I'll say this slow one more time. Shadow me. Notice those pronunciation changes and the linking. And then I'll say it at a natural, fast pace. Do you have a charger? Now, let's hear it the way I would say it in the real world. Do you have a charger? Do you? So notice this just sounds a lot faster. Start slow, get comfortable with that slow connected speech, but also for your listening skills, understand that natives will say this a lot faster. Do you have a charger? Do you? Do you have a charger? So it's just these two words will sound very fast. Do you? Do you? Do you have a charger? Now, you don't have to pronounce it like that, but that's how natives will say it. So you need to get comfortable for your listening skills. And Anjali says, no, I don't have one. Perfect reply. No, I don't have one. Let's keep going. Now, imagine you got a charger from some nice person or you bought one. Now you need this question: where can I plug my phone in? Where can I? So hold out that N. Can I? Where can I? Where can I plug my phone in? Now, here, phone, the last sound is an N. So we're going to do the same thing, just like we did with can I phone in, phone in, phone in, phone in. And Paslak says, the socket is over there. As a reply, that is where you can plug in your phone. Now, notice here, you can say plug in my phone or plug my phone in. So let me say this again. Make sure you shadow my pronunciation. Where can I plug my phone in? Where can I plug my phone in? Now, this is how I would say it. Where can I plug my phone in? Where can I plug my phone in? You do not have to pronounce it like that. Again, practice slow and you can go faster when you feel ready and just try to practice listening to fast English to improve your listening skills. Where can I plug my phone in? Where can I? Where can I plug my phone in? Thank you so much, Adam, for your generosity. I learned a lot from you. Love you from Syria. Oh, thank you so much. And love you right back. Let's go on to our next one. My phone is going to die. My phone is. So here, same thing. Is. Pay attention to these patterns. So when we have a consonant linking to a vowel, you can connect them. My phone is. My phone is. My phone is going to die. My phone is going to die. That's how a beginner will say it. I'll be honest, that's not how a native will say it. But that's okay because gain the confidence, get the pronunciation correct, and then you can practice saying it faster, use connected speech as well. Now, here's how a native will say it. My phone is going to die. My phone is going to die. So we can do two things. You can say going to. So those two will become to die, to die, to die, to die, to die, to die, to die. Or you can take going to and pronounce them as gonna. My phone's gonna die. Now, there's another connection we can do. Phone is, you can just pronounce it like the plural and say phones, 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 because that would be phone apostrophe S. And that is called a contraction. Phones. My phone's gonna die. 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 Exactly, Dr. Max. Thank you. So, as a beginner, my phone is going to die. My phone is going to die. Now, as a native, my phone's going to die. My phone's going to die. My phone's going to die. Absolutely, Amir. Now, after you can say, oh, my phone's dead. My phone is dead. That means you can't use it. Zero battery. You can't send a text message. You can't watch my YouTube videos. You can't call anyone. Zero battery. Now, my phone is going to die. It's in progress. So maybe your phone is at 10%, 9, 8, 7. So that's my phone is going to die. You have low battery and it's just going to get lower because you don't have a charger or you can't find a plug. And then once your phone is at 0, then you can say, my phone's dead. My phone's dead. It's not the past, it's describing the state of your phone. So it functions as an adjective. Your verb is the verb to be in the present simple. My phone is dead. In the past, it would be my phone was dead. Sorry, I couldn't call you. My phone was dead. So that's in the past. So in this case, dead functions as an adjective. It describes the phone. Let's keep going. You might ask me, you notice, hey, that's an iPhone, isn't it? And then you say, is that the latest iPhone? Is that the, notice here, we have a double T. So I'm going to say that, is that the, that the, that the, that the, is that the, repeat after me. Is that the latest? Now, this ends in a T, but we have this I, latest I. So I can connect them a little bit, and you might hear a little bit of a tie, a T sound before the I. Is that the latest I? Latest I? iPhone? iPhone? Latest iPhone? Or you can just drop that T sound. Is that the latest iPhone? iPhone? And then a little bit of a rising intonation because it's a question. And yes, absolutely. You have that z, that voice sound. Is that the latest iPhone? And this, no, it's not. This is a very old iPhone for sure. And yes, my little cute kitty back here, she's definitely going to sleep. So do I. So if I said, yes, it is, then you may say, so do I. You also have the latest iPhone. Absolutely. Is that the oldest iPhone? Yeah, absolutely. Probably. Okay, now let me say it the way I would to a friend. Is that the latest iPhone? Is that the latest iPhone? Latest iPhone? So notice I don't really link that T to the I. You hear more of an S. Is that the latest iPhone? Is that the latest iPhone? Is that the latest iPhone? Latest iPhone? So you actually hear more of an S linking sound because it's easier to pronounce. Is that the latest iPhone? iPhone 13. Is that the latest iPhone? iPhone 13? I have no idea. And I have no idea what my iPhone model is. I don't pay attention to those things. Yeah. And for sure, you can change this to whatever phone you want. It doesn't have to be phone. You can use it for anything or iPhone. Our next one. I had to delete a bunch of photos because I'm almost out of storage. Now, we practiced with some short sentences. In the real world, sentences that aren't usually just one short thing, they're usually longer. So let's make this a little more advanced for you. We'll take this one sentence or one line at a time. I had to delete. I had to delete. So this to, you can just say to. I had to delete, to delete. I had to delete a bunch of photos. A bunch of photos. So you can put your here of photos, of photos, a bunch of photos because I'm almost. Hold out that almost. I'm almost out of storage, out of storage, out of storage. And this is true. I had to delete a bunch of photos. A bunch of means a large quantity of, many. You can think of it as many. I had to delete a bunch of photos because I'm almost out of storage. Get comfortable with that. Yeah, you can use a bunch of for non living, like photos, or you can use it for living. For example, I had a bunch of people over last night. There were a bunch of people in line at the Apple store. So you can absolutely use it for both. And absolutely change photos for whatever word you want, emails, and then you can change the reason why as well. Now, let me say this the way a native would. I had to delete a bunch of photos because I'm almost out of storage. I had to delete a bunch of photos. Notice here, instead of saying bunch of photos, a native will connect bunch of, buncha, buncha. So we'll turn that of into a, buncha. I had to delete a bunch of photos, buncha, bunch of photos because I'm almost outa. Same thing, out of, outa, outa, outa storage, bunch of photos, outa storage. Again, not a requirement for you to pronounce it like this, but if you want to improve your listening skills, it's helpful to understand these connections. I had to delete a bunch of photos because I'm almost out of storage. Yes, exactly, Amir. Your phone is full of photos. You have so many photos. So your storage is almost at maximum. Excellent job. And if you use had to, it's a necessity, an obligation. It doesn't mean you wanted to, it was a requirement. Let's move on to car problems, something you may experience, or at least is a general thing to discuss. Car problems. Maybe you say, your coworker says, I need to get my oil changed ASAP. I need to get my oil changed ASAP. I need to get. Notice here, I need to get. That D will be a flap T. So don't push out the sound. I need to get. To as the infinitive, even as a beginner, it sounds unnatural to say, I need to get. So just pronounce it more unstressed to. I need to get. I need to get my oil. Notice the pronunciation of this word, oil, oil. So there are two syllables, oil, 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 oil. Now, because we have a Y and a vowel, we're going to link them and it will sound like my oil, my oil. I need to get my oil changed ASAP. ASAP means as soon as possible. As soon as possible. So you can say ASAP. So it sounds like this is an emergency situation. It's urgent. Now notice this pronunciation of the ED changed. A softy, changed, changed, changed ASAP, ASAP. You hear that S, ASAP, ASAP, ASAP. Alternatively, sometimes you will hear native speakers say ASAP. So A, and then they're pronouncing SAP as the word sap, ASAP, ASAP. It's possible, but it's more common ASAP. But you will hear ASAP, ASAP, ASAP. If you were only to use one, ASAP is the more common in my experience. One more time. I need to get my oil changed ASAP. Now I'll say this the way I would to my husband or my friend. I need to get my oil changed ASAP. I need to get my oil changed ASAP. Nothing else is changing. There's no additional reductions or drop sounds. It's just a little faster. Just a little faster. So practice slow. Make sure you get the sounds right, like my oil. That will be the most important one. And then you can try to say it a little bit faster. As soon as possible. As soon as possible. Or you can change this. I need to get a new car ASAP. It uses lots of oil. Exactly. I need to get the latest iPhone ASAP. I need to delete a bunch of photos ASAP. So, what's something you need to do ASAP? Share that in the comments. I need to meet you ASAP. Exactly. Exactly. That's a great one. Okay. The brakes are making a weird noise. The brakes are, notice that SAR. The brakes are, the brakes are, the brakes are making a weird noise. Weird. Eared. So we have ear, and then you put a D on it. Eared. 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 But then you add a W at the beginning. When you're learning pronunciation, don't think you have to learn the entire word. Focus on sounds, and you don't have to start at the beginning. You can focus on a middle sound and then add the beginning sound as well. It does not matter. So don't think of this as a word, think of it as individual sounds, and you're just practicing those sounds. Eared, eared, eared. Now to do the W, weird, 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 weird. And absolutely, Shri Harish, weird is strange. Strange, unusual, in the sense that the brakes don't make a noise. So any noise may tell you that there's a problem. So right now, if I hear some clicking or some any noise coming from my computer, I'm going to say my computer's making a weird noise, a strange noise. Now notice the pronunciation of noise. No, noise, oise. You have this oise. So it's really two sounds here. Oise, o-ease, oise, oise. And then just add the noise, noise, weird noise, weird noise. Now, breaks is plural, which is why you have R. With my computer example, it was singular. And absolutely, bizarre is a great word as well, because bizarre is more unusual. Same with weird, strange. It's not what you expect to hear. It's not a regular noise. There's a regular humming noise that a computer makes, but it doesn't make a clicking noise. So that would be bizarre, weird, strange, unusual, unnatural could be another word as well. Yeah, I need to fix them ASAP. So with fix, you need the object. I need to fix them, the brakes, ASAP. The brakes are making a weird noise. The brakes are making a weird noise. Now I'll say it the way a native would. The brakes are making a weird noise. I would say the one change I noticed is this R, the brakes are, SAR. When I explained it in slow English, the brakes are. But in fast English, this R is going to become The brakes are, the brakes are, brakes are, The brakes are making a weird noise. The brakes are making a weird noise. The brakes are making a weird noise. Practice slow and understand the way natives will pronounce it. My left tire looks low. Hopefully, it's not a flat. Remember, we're talking about car problems. Dr. Max, the AC, this would be singular. There's just one, the air conditioner. The AC is making a weird noise. It should be fixed. If it were plural, you would say the ACs with an S, the ACs. Maybe there's two cars, both of them have air conditioners, and they're both making a weird noise. My left tire, tire. So you have that tire. My left tire. There's a double T, so you can just pronounce the one on tire. My left tire looks low. We have S, but a consonant, so there's no linking. Looks low. Looks low. Looks low. If your tire is low, it's another way of saying deflated. So inflated, if you imagine a balloon is the largest side is inflated, but when you let the air out, the balloon becomes smaller. Well, it's low because the car will go closer to the ground. So that's why they're saying low. My left tire looks low, which means there's not enough air in it. Hopefully, it's not a flat. Flat represents a flat tire. If you have a flat tire, it means it's damaged. There may be a hole or a puncture, and the air is coming out. So you have to either patch it, you have to stop the airflow, or you have to change it and get a new tire. But it's unsafe to drive on a flat tire. Now notice I didn't repeat a flat tire because it's obvious based on context. Hopefully, it's not a flat. My left tire looks slow. Hopefully, it's not a flat. Now, let me say it fast. My left tire looks low. Nothing really changes there. My left tire looks low. Hopefully, it's not a flat. Hopefully, it's not a flat. It's not a. So instead of saying not a, not a, not a, I'm going to pronounce the T as a D, and I'm going to say these two as one word. Nada, 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 not a flat, not a flat. So that's really the only difference between the slow English I explained and then the way a native will say it. My left tire looks low. Hopefully it's not a flat. Hopefully it's not a flat. Hopefully it's not a flat. I call roadside assistance to change my flat tire. Exactly, exactly. If you have a flat tire, you can call roadside assistance. Notice you don't need the preposition to. You just call someone or call something to change my flat tire. Absolutely awesome job. Well done. My car wouldn't start this morning. My car wouldn't start this morning. This is a car problem, remember? My car wouldn't. So just, you don't need to pronounce that T. You can just do a flap T. My car wouldn't start this. So we have two T's, so I'll just pronounce it on this. My car wouldn't start this morning. And there's no linking here because we have consonant, consonant. My car wouldn't start this morning. This one's pretty easy because there's no real linking or combination of sounds. The only thing we're doing is only pronouncing one T, and then this becomes a flap T because it's in the middle of a sentence. So it's when you, well, most cars you don't even turn anymore. You just press a button for your car to start, but nothing happens. So maybe your battery is dead. That could be the reason why. My car wouldn't start this morning. My car wouldn't start this morning. So, in a fast speech, nothing will change too much, but here's how I would say it. My car wouldn't start this morning. My car wouldn't start this morning. My car wouldn't start this morning. So, no other changes, just saying it slightly faster. My car wouldn't start this morning. So start slow, make sure you have the sounds correct. And then once you feel comfortable, you can try to say it a little faster if you want. It's not a requirement. Now, instead of my car, we use the same terminology with many devices. My computer wouldn't start, my phone wouldn't start. So there are many other things you could use instead of car. My left tail light is out. What's a tail light? Who knows? Car vocabulary. Don't quiz me on car vocabulary. I'm not the best person to identify car parts, but this one I know. My left tail light is out. I'd better get that fixed. My left tail light. My left, so you don't need to pronounce that T because we have it here. My left tail light. So we have two words. We have tail, like my cat has a tail, and then light. So tail light. tail light. So you pronounce the L twice. Tail light. So you hold it out for both. Tail light. Tail light is. Tail light is out. My left tail light is out. Now, because there's a period here, you can pronounce this T and say out, out. Tail light means the back light. Exactly. Because where is the tail of an animal located? The back of the body. So you can then maybe that will help you remember. It's the back light. Now here, the light behind. Yes, that works as well. The behind light. Exactly. Exactly. Like a cat's tail. Good thing my cat is here. Now, I'd better. This D is going to be very soft. I'd better. I put my tongue in that position, and then when I pronounce the next word, it's better. I'd better. I'd better. I'd better get that fixed. So get that. I won't pronounce the T here. Get that. And I won't pronounce this T either. Get that fixed. This ends in a T. This ED is pronounced as a T. And I'm going to pronounce it because it's a period. So I'm going to pronounce out, fixed. Out, fixed. My left tail light is out. I'd better get that fixed. Now, I'll say it fast. My left tail light is out. I'd better get that fixed. My left tail light's out. So you can just, instead of is, you can just add an S to tail lights because that's forming a contraction. Tail light is, tail lights, tail lights. My left tail light's out. Tail lights out, sout, sout. So you're adding that S here. Sout. Tail lights sout. Tail lights sout. I'd better get that fixed. And you almost don't hear this D. This I'd is short for I had better. Grammatically, it's not I better. I better study. I had better. But natives pronounce this 95% of the time in the contraction. So in spoken English, it sounds like I better. I better. Because this D is really not pronounced, but it's I had better. I'd better get that fixed. I had better. Exactly. Amir, absolutely. Add ASAP. ASAP. I better get that fixed ASAP because, like Milaria said, before I get a ticket. That's why you'd better get that fixed ASAP because you could get a ticket, which is a fine. It's a piece of paper that says you owe money. So that's a ticket, a fine. How about parking? Is this your favorite activity to do on a daily basis? How about this? I drove around for 20 minutes trying to find a spot. I drove around. So if you drive around, it just means not necessarily that you're going in a circle, but it just means you're driving. If you're trying to park at this location, driving around means you're going as close to the location as you can. So you may go in a circle, but it may be like this as well. So up and down streets, but you're trying to stay as close to the location as you can. I drove around, drove around. So this ends on drove, and then we have a vowel. I drove around. I drove around for, so you don't pronounce that D. I drove around for 20 minutes. And you can change this for any period of time, for 5 minutes, for 15 minutes, for 45 minutes. Trying to find a spot. So notice your verb in ing, trying to find a, find a, find a, find a spot, find a spot. Yes, and Mirik, it sounds like this person is looking for a free place to park for sure. And spot represents a parking spot, which is the area where you can safely and legally park your car. I drove around for 20 minutes trying to find a spot. Now, I will say this the way a native would. I drove around for 20 minutes trying to find a spot. So, really, just sounds faster. I noticed this sounded a little more linked together as well. I'll say it again. I drove around for 20 minutes. So maybe this for will also become more of an unstressed fur. I drove around for 20 minutes. I drove around for 20 minutes. I drove around for 20 minutes trying to find a spot, trying to find a spot, trying to find a spot, trying to find a spot. Oh, Ariel, I used the parking app to reserve a spot close to the event date. Well, that is very smart of you. Well done. I'm not aware of any parking apps, so that's awesome. And yes, the place where you park is called a spot. A spot. So you can say a parking spot, or you can just say spot. I found the best spot. I found the best spot, and it's free. Let's move on. I couldn't find street parking, so I went into a lot. This sounds like street parking means free parking or cheaper parking, because a lot, this is short for a parking lot. So this is not, I have a lot of work. The spelling is exactly the same, but it's not the same meaning. It's not, I have a lot of work. This is a parking lot. A parking lot is a designated area where you can park, but it may have security, it may not have security, and it may be public, it may be private, but it's generally more expensive than the street. Maybe this is the same in your city as well. So I went into a lot means I drove my car into a parking lot. So you can just say, I went into a lot because you are driving your car. So it's obvious in the context of parking that it's your car or your vehicle is going into the lot. I couldn't find street parking. I couldn't. Notice that flap T, you don't pronounce the T. I couldn't find street parking. So we don't pronounce the T, the D, or the T. Street, street. You want to hear the strong R in street, reet. The ST is fast, street. But you hold out that R, street. Street. You need to hear that R. I couldn't find street parking. So why. You can use a rounded lips, which is a soft W to connect so, because your lips are already in that position for so, and then just hold it out. So why? So you might hear a little bit of a W before I. Why? So why? So why? So I win into, win into, win into a, win into a lot. And I can pronounce this T because it's a period. Win into a lot. So I drove my car into a parking lot. A parking lot. The designated spot to park your car. How about this? Oh, I'll say this one fast. I couldn't find street parking, so I went into a lot. I couldn't find street parking, so I went into a lot. Went into a lot. Went into a lot. Went into a lot. I couldn't find street parking, so I went into a lot. So that's how you'll hear it on TV or your colleagues, anyone, but you can practice slow, make sure the sounds are correct, and then when you're listening, just know it will sound faster. Here's one. I think parking is free after 6. So if someone asks you, "Oh, do I have to pay for parking on this street?" Or you're just saying to yourself, I think parking is free after 6. I think parking is free after 6. I think parking is. So this parking is, ing is. You can hold those sounds together. Parking is. I think parking is free after 6. Free after. You can have a little bit of a Y sound. Free after. I think parking is free after 6. Free after. And 6, of course, represents a time. Native speakers, we generally don't say AM, PM unless it's required to understand. But if it's nighttime or approaching the evening, well, then I don't need to say AM because obviously I'm talking about right now, which is in the late afternoon or early evening. But if it's in the morning, well, then that would be 6 a.m. So it just depends. If the context is obvious, native speakers won't say PM or AM. I think parking is free after 6. Now, here's how I'll say it to a friend. I think parking's free after 6. I think parking's free after 6. So the only real difference is that parking is, I would just form a contraction and I would say parkings. Parkings. So I would just add the S onto parkings. I think parking's free. I think parking's free. Parking's free. I think parking's free after 6. I think parking's free after 6. So Marwa, great example sentence, but you would say, I think the movie starts in 2 hours. This is after 6 p.m. This isn't a length of time. Exactly. It sounds like parking's free. Because if you put the apostrophe That is a contraction, and a contraction is grammatically correct. So you would say, I think parking's free, which represents parking is as a contraction. Contractions are grammatically correct. They are not slang and they are not incorrect grammar. Do you have to pay for parking on this street? So this is, of course, a question you could ask the parking attendant if you see one, or you ask your friend, or you ask a stranger. Do you have to pay for parking on this street? Do you have to pay? Have to, have to, have to. Do you have to pay for parking on this street? And you can have a rising intonation. Now, alternatively, you could ask, is parking free on this street? So that would be the question using free. Is parking free on this street? Do you have to pay? So using have to, it's a requirement. It's not that I want to pay, it's a requirement. And exactly, Asam, have to. Do you have to pay for parking on? So we already talked about parking on, holding out that sound. Parking on this street. This street. Yeah, and you could ask this with anything else. Do you have to pay for this meal? Maybe you see some chocolates at the front of a cafe or a restaurant and you're not sure if they're complimentary. Do you have to pay for these chocolates? Like, oh, no, help yourself. They're free. Do you have to pay for parking on the street? Do you have to pay for parking on this street? So that's how fast it will sound when a native says it. Do you? Do you? Do you? So it can sound like do you? Do you? Do you? Or it can sound very unstressed. Do ya? Do ya? Do ya? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to? So this first part can sound very unstressed. But if you understand it's a question, even if you don't hear this part, you should be able to understand it. Do you have to pay for parking on the street? Do you? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to pay for parking on the street? Now, you might advise someone, don't park there. You'll definitely get a ticket. Don't park there. Don't park there. So we're not pronouncing this T. Don't park there. Park there. So you might hear a little click for the K. Park there. Park there. Park there. Don't park there. You'll definitely get a ticket. So maybe you notice someone pulling into a spot, pulling into, which means entering, pulling into a spot, and you see a fire hydrant and you tell the person, "No, don't park there." Don't park there. You'll definitely get a get a. Don't park there. You'll definitely get a ticket. And a ticket, yeah. So a ticket represents a piece of paper that tells you you are legally required to pay $50, $100, whatever it is, to the city, to a private company, to the government. And it's a fine. Absolutely. Don't park there. So this is in the imperative. I'm saying it as an instruction, but the imperative negative. Don't park there. You'll definitely get a ticket. So you can say you'll get a ticket, adding definitely, of course, intensifies it. It makes it sound like it's 100% going to happen. Now I'll say this as the way a native would. Don't park there, you'll definitely get a ticket. Don't park there. Don't park there. Don't park there. Don't park there. You'll definitely get a ticket. Get a ticket. So maybe just this last part sounds a little fast, and then this don't sounds quite fast, and the end part is very unstressed. Don't park there. You'll definitely get a ticket. You'll definitely get a ticket. Oh. So just that dark L on you. You'll definitely get a ticket. Why don't we talk about some phrasal verbs with romantic relationships? You could say they've been seeing each other for months. Okay. So to see someone. This isn't a phrasal verb, but I wanted to start with just a regular example before we move on to set the context, because in English, there isn't always a phrasal verb to say everything. Okay. Sometimes you have to use regular verbs, and this is the case, but I wanted to make sure you have the context before we continue on. So you can say they've been seeing each other. Now, this is not a phrasal verb, because what is a phrasal verb, everyone? What is the grammatical structure of a phrasal verb? And why isn't this a phrasal verb? So this is also why I wanted to start with this example, so you see the difference clearly. A phrasal verb is a verb plus a preposition. And those two together form a specific meaning. So here we have a verb, see, but we don't have a preposition, such as see on, up, around, over, off. That would be a phrasal verb. But this does have a non-literal meaning. And that's what makes phrasal verbs difficult, is they don't have literal meanings. But in this case, to see someone, that doesn't mean I physically see the person. It means I'm in a romantic relationship with that person. So to date someone regularly. Now, you can also just use the verb date. They've been dating since May. They've been seeing each other for months. So notice here it's in the present perfect continuous because it started in the past and it continues until now. And yes, exactly, Merrick. Thank you. Verb plus preposition. That's a phrasal verb. Okay, let's keep going. How about this one? So there is a phrasal verb here. Now that you see, that's the literal meaning. Now that you see the difference between a regular verb that doesn't have a literal meaning and a phrasal verb, which is two parts, a verb and a preposition. And again, also, they don't have literal meanings. So you can't look at the word ask and then look at out, which is the opposite of in. You can't understand the meaning. Did you hear? Notice that pronunciation. Did you hear that Tim finally asked Leah out? So here, to ask someone out, you have probably done this in your lifetime, most likely, even if you're a woman. To ask someone out is to invite someone on a date. Now, here is a very important question that I want all the ladies specifically to remember. Are you asking me out? Are you asking me out? Because sometimes someone might say, hey, do you want to go out for dinner? Or hey, do you want to see a movie? Hey, do you want to grab a cup of coffee? But you're not sure if it's romantic or if the person just wants to do something socially and sees you as a friend. So if you want to be clear, if you're going to the movies romantically or as friends, you would ask this question. Are you asking me out? Are you asking me out? So ladies, you will likely use that one more than men, I would imagine. Okay. Let's keep going. But remember, this is only used for romantic situations. So if you just want to go for dinner with a friend or a coworker, you would not use this. And that's important because phrasal verbs, well, regular verbs as well, they have specific meanings. Thank you. You know what's coming. You're my first. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. How about this? So remember, it was, did you hear? Did you hear that Tim finally asked Leah out? Yeah, I heard that Leah turned him down. Ooh, yeah, I heard that Leah turned him down. So this is a continuation of what we just saw. Yeah, I heard that Leah turned him down. So to turn someone down, this means to say no. So to reject an offer or invitation. But this is not only used in a romantic context. You can turn down a job offer. You can turn down a promotion. You can turn down a social invitation. So there are many things you can turn down. You can also turn down a romantic invitation. Oh, so grammatically, she let him down. This is grammatically correct. And it also makes sense. But what does it mean? Because phrasal verbs have very specific meanings and their meanings change based on context. So, does anyone know what this means? She let him down. She let him down. Ooh, who knows? That's a good one. Great job. Okay, let's keep going. How about, and yes, she disappointed him. She disappointed him. She let him down. I'm so sorry I let you down. I'm so sorry I disappointed you because I did something that was opposite of your expectation of me. Let's keep going. I think Leah's still hung up on her ex. Oh, you may have heard this one in music, movies, TV shows. It's very common. I think Leah's, so this apostrophe S represents Leah is. I think Leah is still hung up on her ex. But notice the sentence structure because this is actually the passive voice. So to be hung up on. Now, some phrasal verbs in English have two prepositions. Now, often the second preposition is only required if you specify the object, the someone, or the something. So to be hung up on someone. This means to be emotionally stuck or fixated on someone. So you still have feelings for that person, even though they're your ex. Ex means you're not in a romantic relationship now, but you were in the past. So you can say ex girlfriend, ex boyfriend, but you can also just say ex, her ex. Make sure you spell it as EX and not just X, even though the pronunciation is exactly the same, but you must spell it as EX, X. So to be hung up on, She just still keeps thinking about him all the time. So that's why it's very commonly used in TV shows, movies, books, songs, because it's such a common thing that, let's be honest, we have all been in that situation where we're hung up on someone. Let's keep going. That makes sense. So we're continuing the conversation. I think Leah is still hung up on her ex, and this is the reason why she turned him down, even though he finally asked her out. So that's the situation we're in. That makes sense. So the fact that Leah is still hung up on her ex makes sense. Seems logical. That makes sense. They, Leah and her ex boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend. They only broke up 3 months ago. So it's logical that she still hung up on him because the relationship is fresh. It only ended 3 months ago. So to break up, this means to end a romantic relationship. You don't break up with your friends, okay? You definitely end friendships. You end what else? I don't know. You end business relationships, but you don't use the word break up. You only use the word break up to end a romantic relationship. Okay. They only broke up. So they broke up. They broke up. Broke is the past simple because it already happened. It happened 3 months ago. They only broke up 3 months ago. So she still hung up on her ex. No, end up does not mean break up. They're not the same at all. Totally different meanings. Okay. Yes, they are no longer together romantically. They are not in a relationship. So it would be very common if maybe you haven't seen someone in a while and you say, "Oh, how's Sarah?" Or, "Oh, how's James?" And that's their partner. And they say, "Actually, we broke up." Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. How are you? Are you okay? So that's a very common situation that happens. Let's keep going. Okay, so we're continuing on. They broke up. They being Leah and her ex boyfriend. I know Tim. Remember, Tim is the man that likes Leah. He likes her romantically, not just as friends, because he asked her out. I know Tim really wants to settle down, to settle down. This is a very common phrasal verb as well, to settle down. This means when you settle down, basically you decide to live a more stable and responsible life. So, how do you do that? Well, in this context where Tim wants a girlfriend, Leah, and he wants to settle down, it sounds like he wants to commit to Leah. And he wants eventually to get married, get a house, have kids, have a steady job, get a car, a mortgage, all those things that are part of a steady, stable life, responsible life. So, this is commonly used as advice. You need to settle down. You're in your 40s. You need to settle down. So that could be something that people say as advice. Or you could say, I'm not ready to settle down. So someone might ask, when are you going to ask Leah to marry you? And you say, I'm not ready to settle down, which means you're not ready to commit to Leah for the long term. House, marriage, babies, dog. You're not ready for that type of life. I'm not ready to settle down. So maybe that's what you can say. My sister's trying to settle down. Exactly. Very nice. Tim wants to work it out. Well, when you work something out, it means that you have a conflict with that person and you want to resolve the conflict. So I wouldn't actually use that with Tim. Maybe I would say Leah still hung up on her ex. She wants to work it out, which means she wants to. There is, of course, some sort of conflict because they were together and they're no longer together. So the reason they're no longer together, something happened, some sort of conflict, disagreement, whatever, different. He wanted to settle down, she didn't, or whatever. So to me, it seems logical that Leah wants to work it out with her ex. So I would use that phrasal verb for sure, but I don't see a conflict between Tim and Leah. Okay. So, as you can see, it's very common to have a conversation with someone, and every single sentence you can use a phrasal verb. It is absolutely not a requirement, but it is very common for native speakers to speak phrasal verb, phrasal verb, phrasal verb, phrasal verb, because in most situations, there is a way to say it using a phrasal verb. But I say most, not every situation. So just keep that in mind as well. Yeah, exactly. She wants to settle down and become a mother. This is absolutely a good example of what it's like when you settle down. All right, let's keep going. Okay, deliveries. Let's keep going with phrasal verbs. No, they're not the same. They're similar, but not the same. Find out means that you locate information. Figure out means you understand something. So, figure out is more of a mental process, and find out could be just searching on Google or asking ChatGPT. They're similar, they're more similar than the last pair, but they're not identical. Okay, let's keep going. I hope my package shows up today. Have you ever said this? Oh, I really hope my package shows up. So, show up is used to mean to appear or to arrive. Now, we often use this with people as well. So, you could say, the delivery guy showed up late. He arrived or appeared late. Now, in the sense of appear, it can be unexpectedly. So you might say to your friend, "You'll never guess who showed up at my office today." So, who just appeared at my office today? So, this is a very common phrasal verb, and you can use it with both people and things like a package in this case. So, you might say, you get your package and then you open it and you say, "Oh no, they mixed up my order." Now, this happens, of course, with deliveries, but also it can happen a lot at restaurants. You would use this with food delivery. If you order Uber Eats, maybe you wanted the chicken pad thai. Okay, that's what you ordered. And then they gave you shrimp pad thai. Or they gave you shrimp and rice, just something totally different, not pad thai. You can say they mixed up my order. So they confuse things. Maybe someone else ordered shrimp and rice and you had the chicken pad thai, but then they mixed up the addresses and they sent them to the wrong location, or they just put the wrong thing in the package. So mix up is very commonly used in restaurants, deliveries, food, when you order things. And it can also be commonly used when you are following a recipe. You might say, "I mixed up the salt and sugar," or "I mixed up the measurements. I put 1 tablespoon of baking soda, but the recipe said a teaspoon." So you can mix it up. It is very common. How about this one? "I need to send this back today. I need to send this back today," because they mixed it up. They mixed it up. So this would be return. So you could absolutely say, "I need to return this today." No problem there at all. So you can absolutely use the regular verb return. "I need to send this back today. I need to return this today." Jesus said, "I showed up on time to the lesson because I love phrasal verbs." And that's great because native speakers love them too. But the thing is, native speakers, it's not like we realize, of course, I'm an English teacher, so it's different. But native speakers don't realize they use phrasal verbs. It's not like they consciously think, I'm going to speak with phrasal verbs. It's just what we prefer in our vocabulary. So they come out naturally. But I'm glad you love them as well. Okay, send back, those two words mean return. So you don't say return back, you just say return. But send back, two words, return, one word. So don't confuse them together. Yeah, exactly. I had to send my delivery back because they mixed up. Exactly. Very nicely done. Great job. Yeah, you can absolutely say, send it back to me, return it, the package, to me. Great job. This shirt is the wrong size, so I need to send this back to the warehouse. Exactly. Very nicely done. I like how you provided the reason why. Let's keep going. I left instructions to drop it off at my neighbor's. Remember, we are in the context of deliveries. So it represents the package or the delivery. And to drop something off, well, you probably know this with people because you pick up your kids from school, you drop your kids off at school, or you drop off your friend at the airport. So you probably know this with people, but you can also use it with things like a package or a delivery, an order. So to drop off means to deliver something, the package, somewhere, in this case, my neighbor's. Now there's an apostrophe S with neighbor because it represents my neighbor's house, my neighbor's condo, my neighbor's apartment. But you don't need to say that because it's obvious based on context. But you can't just say at my neighbor. Because if you just have neighbor, a neighbor is a person, and you don't drop a package off at a person. Grammatically, that doesn't make sense. So the apostrophe S is required here, and it represents house. Yeah, just remember to use dropped me off. So you can say, my friend dropped me off. If you say dropped me, it would be like this. So my mother dropped me when I was a baby. You don't want to say that. Yeah, this is perfect. I love this. We got the phrasal verb head out, drop off, look after. Bravo. Well done. I'm heading out for the weekend. Such a natural thing a native speaker would say. To head out means to leave. I'm leaving for the weekend. Maybe you're going to the beach. Maybe you're going to your parents' house. Maybe you're going to your girlfriends, your boyfriends. I'm heading out for the weekend, but I left instructions to drop it, the package, drop it off at my neighbor's. So to leave the package at your neighbor's house so they can look after it until I return. So to look after something means to care for it. Now you can look after a pet or a child, which sounds more like provide care. Now to look after a package, it just means to provide security, make sure nobody steals it, make sure it's not left out in the rain and it gets damaged. That would be look after. Perfect. Perfect job. Well done. Let's keep going. Can you help me track down my order? So you could be talking to a customer service rep. You could be talking to your boyfriend, girlfriend because they're better with technology than you and you don't know how. You could be talking to a parent or a parent talking to a child because generally children are better with technology than parents. But can you help me track down my order? So to track something, or to track someone down. Ooh, you hear to track someone down. You hear this a lot in detective movies, spy movies, movies to do with the police or the FBI, things like that. Maybe even legal in the legal world because private investigators have to track people down. So in this case, to track down my order, to track something down, it would be to find something after searching. But it sounds like, yeah, you just have to locate the information and then you have to find something. So the something is the order and then the delivery date of the order or the receipt, for example. Yeah, exactly. So in an investigative, police, or maybe even a legal context, Akhtar is tracking criminals down. Exactly. Oh, this is perfect. You could do it with friends. Exactly. I lost my friends, so I have to track them down. Maybe instead of lost, maybe I lost touch. So you can lose touch with someone, so most likely, you have lost touch with people you went to university with, people you went to high school with, elementary school. Maybe you moved cities 10 years ago or moved countries 10 years ago. So you've lost touch with your neighbors, with your old friends. So you might want to track them down. And thankfully, with social media, you would be surprised how easy it is to track someone down. Okay, let's keep going and talk about health and wellness because there are lots of phrasal verbs we can use as well. You should get that rash checked out. Hmm. You should get that rash checked out. So, a rash represents if on my skin I had an area that was red, or maybe an area that was red and had bumps on it, you could say that's a rash. Thankfully, I don't have one. You could get a rash from an allergic reaction, from I don't know, many things, I guess, an allergic reaction. Maybe if a plant touched you and the plant had a substance on it, or maybe there's some sort of infection. There could be many different reasons. That's why you should get it checked out. So notice the sentence structure here because yes, check out is the phrasal verb, but you should get something checked out. The something represents something concerning or suspicious. Concerning means I'm concerned I have a big red mark on my arm. Now, suspicious is why is it there? Is it just dry skin? Is it an allergic reaction? Is it an infection? So that would be suspicious. So you have something concerning or suspicious examined by a professional. A professional would be most likely a doctor, right? Of course, there could be other professionals, but in this case, with a rash, you would go to a doctor. You should get that checked out. So if a friend is talking about a sore shoulder or a rash or something like that, you might advise them to get it checked out. To get it checked out. How about this? Oh no, I think I'm coming down with something. Oh no, I think I'm coming down with something. Oh, so maybe if you start to feel a little bit of a headache or some chills, or you start coughing, you might say this. Oh no, I think I'm coming down with something. So to come down with, now the something represents an illness, a cold, the flu, That would be the something. And it just means to become sick. So, oh no, I think I'm getting sick. I think I'm becoming sick. Oh no, I think I'm coming down with something. Now, to come down, I put it in the present continuous because it's happening now. Okay, if you say, I should check it out, it means you will examine your own headache. Because remember, the sentence structure is I should get it checked out because you're not doing the action, you're receiving the action. It's in the passive voice. The professional is the one checking the rash out. Okay. The professional is the one examining the rash. You are receiving that, which is why this is in the passive voice. You should get that rash checked out. Exactly. I'm not feeling well today. I think I'm coming down with something. Absolutely. So you could use this if someone asks you to go to the movies, or maybe someone asks you out. Remember, that means a romantic invitation. You might say, I'd love to, but I think I'm coming down with something. It's best if I stay home. It's best if I rest because you're telling the person you're not sick now, but you think you are becoming sick. So at that beginning stage, you want to take care of yourself, drink lots of fluids, get lots of rest, maybe even get checked out, be examined by a professional. Very nice. She came down with a headache. A headache after her work. Yeah. She came down with a headache. Just make sure you have the article a. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm feeling pretty bad. Honestly, guys, I'm not feeling too good. I'm not feeling too hot. Sometimes we say that I'm not feeling too hot, which is funny because when you have a fever, actually your body is hot. But when you say, I'm not feeling too hot, it means I'm not feeling well. I think something is wrong. I think I'm coming down with something. Yeah, exactly, Llama. If you say, I got my hair cut, you received the action. You didn't do the action. If you say, I cut my hair, then someone would say, oh, wow, I didn't know you did that. Exactly. Great job. Okay. Oh, I forgot this one. I'm trying to fight off a cold. So to fight off means to resist an illness or infection. So, how do you fight off a cold? Rest, hydration, maybe vitamin C, maybe I don't know. What do you think? Everyone in their own culture has different remedies. In North America, we generally just get lots of rest, drink lots of liquids. And in North America, it's very common to just buy a big jug of orange juice because of the vitamin C. So those are the general everyday advice. That's not necessarily advice a doctor would give you. That's just home remedy of how you fight off a cold. Okay. So again, if someone invites you to the movies or asks you out, you can say, oh, I'd love to, but I'm fighting off a cold. I'm fighting off a cold, which means you don't feel good or you're just starting to feel bad and you want to take precautionary measures now, such as resting, hydrating, getting vitamin C, so you can resist that cold or illness or infection, whatever it is. Yeah, honey. Honey is absolutely one. I always drink hot water with honey and maybe a little lemon, especially if I have a sore throat. Yes, that's very common. Yeah, tea, aspirin, sweating. Yeah, a lot of people will have a hot bath or a steam to sweat. Absolutely. I've heard that before. Lemonade, I guess that also has some good vitamins in there. Very nice. Chicken soup for sure. Chicken soup is very North American as well. When you're sick, a big bowl of chicken soup is like comfort for sure. Okay. Yeah. Ginger, tea, and honey. Yes, I've heard that as well. Yeah. Love it. Okay. Let's keep going, everyone. You're very welcome. I'm enjoying it and I'm glad you are too. Yeah, I've heard garlic. I have heard garlic as well. Okay. Ugh. I can't shake off this headache. I can't shake off this headache. Ugh. I can't shake off this headache. So to shake off, it means to get rid of something unwanted. So we use this as advice to someone if they can't get rid of an unwanted thought, maybe you just tell them, shake it off, shake it off. So just get rid of that unwanted thought, stop thinking about it. If maybe you got some negative feedback on a presentation you gave and you just keep thinking about this negative feedback, your friend might tell you, just shake it off, just shake it off. So here, to shake off a headache means to get rid of it and it's unwanted. But I can't shake off this headache. So maybe you've tried aspirin, you had a nap, you drank lots of water, you had some honey tea, and you still have a headache. You can say, I can't shake off this headache. I can't get rid of it. Yeah, you can use it for insomnia, the inability to sleep. I can't shake off this insomnia. I was up all night. Perfect example. So we use this, remember, for something unwanted: insomnia, headache, a negative thought that's just stuck in your head. Yeah, it is. So this is interesting because coaches will often, so this is used when players make a mistake. Okay. And that is in their head. Oh, we made a mistake or we're losing, we're not doing well. And the spirits, the attitude of the team is low. So the team will tell them, shake it off. So just forget about the miss, forget about the bad pass, forget about the goal, forget about the fact you're losing. Shake it off. Yeah, it's very common. Yeah, ignore it in the sense of like a negative performance, a negative thought. Ignore it, forget about it, stop thinking about it for sure. It's funny. Yeah, I try to include these naturally to share the actual sounds that we make. So, this is when we like to show a negative reaction. My boss wants me to work late. My computer keeps freezing. So that's what we would say. Whoops. Whoops is when we make a mistake. So if I like accidentally hit the microphone, I would say whoops. Or if I change the slide too fast, I would say whoops. So when I make a mistake, you can say whoops, whoops. Oh, thank you so much for your support. Let's keep going. I'm still building up my strength after the accident. So we're in the general category of health or wellness. So in this case, maybe someone was playing football and they fell and they really hurt their leg or their shoulder. So it doesn't have to be a major accident. It could just be something minor like that. But still, you could have physiotherapy. Maybe your arm is in a sling or a cast. So it could still result in an injury. So if you build up your strength, well, just like you need to build up your vocabulary, so you learn and then learn and then learn and learn, build up. So you build up your strength, you regain some more, more, more. So to gradually increase the strength you lost because of the accident. Now, it could be energy, muscles, just your health in general as well. All right. I spilled a tea over a guest at the restaurant. I couldn't shake off the guilt. So you want the noun form, which is the guilt. Guilty is you are guilty. It's an adjective, but you want the noun, the guilt. So just get rid of the Y. That's it. I couldn't shake off the guilt. So you keep thinking about how you are guilty. You picture yourself spilling the tea. Perfect example. I love it. Yeah, my friend built up his strength after a serious injury. Well done. Great job. How about we'll move on to transportation? Can anyone think of a phrasal verb that would represent this image? Ooh, what do you think? My car. My car. What could you say? My car. I'm building up my confidence by learning English. Exactly. Your confidence is here, but then you build it up, up, up. I'm building up my confidence. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Great job. Wow, my smart students. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Yes, my car broke down. And you got the correct conjugation because I said my car and this is already done. So the past simple. My car broke down. Good job. Good job. Can you pick me up? Can you pick me up? My car broke down. My car broke down. So here I'm using the phrasal verb pick up, but I find most of my students already know this phrasal verb. So I didn't want to teach it to you, but here you see it in a natural example. Can you pick me up? My car broke down. My car broke down. So to break down, to stop working, and this is generally used for vehicles, any type of vehicles. It could be the bus broke down on my way to work. So of course, a public transportation, you can still use it. And machines, but we generally use this for very large machinery, factories, or just machines you would have at factories, warehouses, large operations. I wouldn't use that, for example, for my microphone, my blender, my oven. I would just say my fridge broke, my microphone broke. I wouldn't use broke down. So machine, think of large machinery. Can you pick me up? I need a ride. My car broke down. Okay. How about this? Sorry, I'm late. I was held up in traffic. So here, you're not doing the traffic or you're not doing the action. You're not saying, I held up traffic, which is grammatically correct, but it means you are the person who stopped traffic. So you could say, my car held up traffic, because if your car broke down blocking the road, then you held up traffic. Your car held up traffic. Your car prevented the traffic. But in this case, notice to be held up. That's just like to get your hair cut, compared to I cut my hair, I got my hair cut. Okay. So I was held up in traffic. So I was stuck in traffic. I was delayed because of traffic. My truck broke down along the highway for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. My car broke down. Yeah. Ugh. What a terrible day. What a horrible day. The bus broke down. Broke up means ended a romantic relationship. The bus broke down and we have to walk. This is the other confusing thing or difficult thing about phrasal verbs is if you use the wrong preposition, in this case up when we wanted down, it can actually look very comical because the bus broke up. It sounded like the bus ended a romantic relationship, just like Leah broke up with her ex-boyfriend, right? So I know I wasn't laughing at you, Lama. I was just laughing at the example and the fact that it sucks that in English with phrasal verbs, you have to be so specific with the right phrasal verb. Exactly. Typo, typo. That was funny though. I can't pull into that spot. It's way too small. This is basically what I say to every spot, even though most of them are like giant. But because I don't like parking, I'm very paranoid with parking. I have to go into a huge spot. Usually I take a parking spot that has 2 available just to make sure. But to pull in, remember, we're with vehicles, okay? So I can't pull into that spot. It means enter a specific spot. But remember, it's driving. So it's enter your car, drive your car into. And when I say car, I mean any vehicle, SUV, truck, van, bus, any vehicle. So to pull in, to enter a specific spot or location. We use this with parking spots, but you can also use this when you get to my house, just pull in. So enter the driveway of my house. So my driveway is not a parking spot or a parking lot, but you can use it just to mean enter my driveway, pull into the garage, enter the garage. But it's very commonly used when you're in you go to a big grocery store like Costco, Walmart, and you see all the lanes. Those are parking spots. And then you need to pull in to enter. I know what you mean, but we only use this with cars. We don't use it with people. You would just say, I'm skinny. I can fit into this seat. But I can okay, because I could say, I can't fit into that spot. And when I say it represents my car because I'm driving. So I see a spot, maybe my husband's like, there's a spot. And I see it and I'm judging the size. And I can say, I can't fit into that spot. I mean, my car. But pull in is when you enter that spot with your vehicle. It's only with the vehicle. So you wouldn't use it with you entering a seat. You would just say, I'm skinny. I can sit there. I can fit into that seat. I can sit there. Yeah, exactly. I'm skinny. I can fit into that seat. Exactly. Very nice. How about this? It's so hard to back out without a camera. Ooh. Maybe your car broke down, so you have a rental car, or you're borrowing a friend's car and they don't have a camera. In North America, all cars now basically drive themselves. New cars, I mean. Of course, there are many, many older cars on the road, but when you buy a new car, the car basically drives itself. There are so many cameras, so many sensors. You press a button and it pulls in, backs out for you. But here you might say it's so hard to back out without a camera. So to back out would be to leave a specific spot or location. But remember, it's not with me. I wouldn't say I'm backing out. I would just say I'm leaving. Okay? So this is only used with transportation. He crushed my car while he was backing out. Yes, a lot of people get into accidents as they're backing out because we call it blind spots. There are a lot of blind spots. So if you don't have cameras, there are a lot of blind spots, which means areas that you just can't see because there could be the door is blocking your vision or just it's out of your line of sight. We call that a blind spot, a blind spot. Okay, so to back out means to exit a specific spot. You can use this in a parking spot, a garage, a driveway, things like that. How about this? I dropped off the rental car this morning. So we already learned this with the package. Drop it off at my neighbor's. So here, same meaning to drop off, to leave something at a place. So in this case, you're leaving the car at a specific place, probably the rental car agency. I dropped off the rental car this morning. I dropped off. So remember, with your phrasal verb, you have the verb drop and you have the preposition off. So your verb is what you need to conjugate. So here it's in the past simple dropped, dropped off, dropped off. And a lot of times, because prepositions start with vowels, not every preposition, because down is a preposition, for example, and down does not start with a vowel, but most of them start with vowels. So there's very often linking, which means the sound from the verb is transferred onto the preposition. Dropped off, dropped off. I dropped off. I dropped off. So let's learn some professional phrases that you can use, and we'll do the scenario of a document review. And we'll have a text conversation between two people. So here, our first person is Alex. Now, remember, this is via text or instant message, Slack, Teams, but this could also be spoken. And I'll explain some of the differences between text and spoken as well. Did you get a chance to review the proposal? Now, when you're reviewing a text message, of course, you're not going to improve your pronunciation. So that's why we're also going to shadow this so you can improve your pronunciation. Did you get a? Did you? Did you? Did you get a? Did you get a? Did you get a chance to review the proposal? Now, texting in North America is very direct. We don't waste time with, hi, Alex. Hope you're doing well. How's your week been? No small talk, no introductions, no greetings, just straight, direct to the point. So the point is, did you get a chance to review the proposal? Now, you could make this even shorter and say, did you review the proposal? But there is a difference between being direct and being a little too direct in the sense that it might sound rude or accusatory. But there's a time and a place where you might just say, did you review the proposal? Did you do this? Did you get a chance to review the proposal? Okay. So, did you get a chance? Did you get a chance? And then the infinitive to do something. So, you can try that in the comments as well. Did you get to review the proposal? Possibly you could use this. Possibly it depends on context. So in this case, it sounds like, did you get to review the proposal? There was a strong likelihood that maybe the person didn't review the proposal. And you're right. WhatsApp is not the most commonly used in North America. I first heard of WhatsApp when I was traveling outside of North America and I had no idea what it was. But it's starting to gain some popularity, especially with people who frequently travel. You could say, did you have the time to review the proposal? Yes, you could ask that. Did you have, maybe I wouldn't say the time, I would just say, did you have time to review the proposal? And that sounds direct, but still polite because if the person says no, you're giving them more of a reason. Oh, okay, I understand. You didn't have time. Okay. Now, the reply. So you receive this as a text message and you reply. I went through it this morning. So again, straight to the point. Don't give a lot of details, no pleasantries. Look solid overall. I went through it this morning, look solid overall. This is also the way I would speak in a casual way. Now, for the second sentence, look solid overall, notice that something is missing here grammatically. Do you know what that is? Which is very common in text messages as well as spoken English. Okay, I went through it. So to go through something. Your verb is go and is conjugated in the past simple. I went through it this morning. So if you go through something, it's like saying you reviewed it. Okay, I went through it this morning, it being the proposal. I reviewed the proposal this morning. Looks solid overall. Solid is an adjective that means good, adequate, even great. Okay? So it is a positive adjective. It's like saying the document looks good. The document looks great. So it exactly it was dropped because you have to start your subject with, or you have to start your sentence with the subject if you have a conjugated verb that follows. So it looks solid overall, but it's very common in spoken English and in text form to drop certain words. All right, and it looks like all my smart students got it. Awesome. Now, fine, someone asked, solid is fine, looks fine. So, in this is where a lot of students they use the word fine when native speakers wouldn't. Fine, we use it as a greeting. Yeah, I'm fine. How are you? Good, fine. We use it in a greeting when you don't actually care about how the person is and you're just doing it as a pleasantry. But if someone asks me, like, how was the movie? And I say, it was fine, that's good is here, fine is here. Fine is less than good. So solid is better than fine. Okay. Looks fine. I mean, it's fine. The dinner was fine. The restaurant was fine. So generally, fine is less than good. So I wouldn't use fine. I would use good or even great. Solid could mean great or very good. How about, so now remember, we're going back and forth. So now Alex asks, any changes before I send it out? So I went through it this morning, looks solid overall. So now, any changes before I send it out? So any changes. Again, words are dropped. This would be the case in text and spoken English in an informal, casual way. Any changes before I send it out? Send it out. Send it out. Send it out. Notice how that sounds. Repeat after me. Send it out. 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 Okay, before I send it out. Now, it, of course, again, being the proposal, the document. And send it out. If you send something out rather than just send it, so I sent you the document. Okay. I sent out the document. Send out means to distribute more broadly. So you might send it to many people, a distribution list, perhaps. If you're just sending it to one person or even a small group of people, a specific group, most likely you would use send. But if you want to distribute it more broadly, you can use send it out. Do you have any changes before I send it out? Absolutely. You could ask that. The one I instantly thought of is, are there? Are there any changes before I send it out? But you can absolutely, do you have any changes? Because you are talking to one person. So for sure, you could absolutely do that. Before I share it with other people. Yeah, because when you distribute something, you basically share it. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. All right. Any changes before I send it out? Now Jordan replies, text back, just one revision to slide 4. Just one revision to slide 4. So a revision is a change. You can use the word just one change to slide 4, just one revision. Revision to slide 4. I'll send it over soon. I'll send it over soon. So we're using the future simple because Jordan is making a commitment. He's committing to do the action. Okay. The future simple is used in many different ways. This is one of them for a commitment. I'll send it over soon. Now, this is interesting because remember, we just learned send out means to distribute. Send it over just means to send to one person, and you don't need to add over. It's not required. You could just say, I'll send it soon. So over just means to you. Instead of saying, I'll send it to you soon, I'll send it over soon. It's a more casual, more friendly way of saying to you. I'll send it over soon. I'll send it over. So you might ask someone, when are you sending it over? Did you send it over? Instead of when are you sending it to me or to us? Just one revision to slide 4. So a change to something, a revision to something. Notice that preposition. And in this case, what could we put in front of just? Because there is a subject and a verb missing because one revision is a noun. One change, in that context, change would be a noun. I'll send it over soon. There is just one revision to slide 4. Exactly. There is. Now, this is where you could also use Alexander's I have just one revision to slide for. So you could use it as I have or there is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And if you're curious what a slide is a page of a PowerPoint presentation or of a Google presentation. I don't know what the terminology is for Google because I always use PowerPoint. So right now you are looking at a slide and there is a number. It looks like we're on slide 6 actually. I don't know if you can see that, but when I hover over the bottom, it says slide 6. Okay. So it would just be page on a document, but in a PowerPoint presentation or whatever the terminology is for other software, they use slide. Okay. Let's keep going. And then Alex confirms. Okay. Now, this is something that not everybody does. And I find it very frustrating when I send a text message to someone and then I don't get a confirmation back. And this is why I like WhatsApp because you can tell if the person has read it. Now, in text message, it's very common instead of writing out okay, you would just thumbs up the message or put an emoji thumbs up. So even in a business context, that is very commonly used. So if you thumbs up the message or put an emoji thumbs up, it means okay. Okay in the sense of I understand you are making a revision and then you will send it to me, send it over soon. So I'm confirming that. Okay. That's all you need to do. Exactly. Just a thumbs up is probably what will happen, but you could also write okay. And m- many native speakers will also just write the one letter K, especially in an informal context. Yeah, you could do another emoji that represents that you got it. So thumbs up, the okay sign, happy face, for sure. No. And then Jordan can say, just sent it. Because maybe you're talking to Jordan on your phone or maybe on Teams, but then maybe he sent it to your email. So just sent it. He's letting you know that, oh, okay, I'm now going to open my email if I haven't already, or go look for it on your shared drive system or wherever you store your documents. Just sent it, sent it, just sent it. Just meaning it happened a second ago, a minute ago, a short time ago. Sent is, of course, the past simple. I've just sent it. I've just sent it. Exactly. Very nicely done. And then again, I can thumbs up it or um, do the okay sign to acknowledge that I received it. So Jordan isn't wondering, did you see my message? Did you get the document? What's going on? So if you don't already do confirmations, start because someone who does not get a lot of confirmations from people, it's frustrating when you don't know. So just send a thumbs up. Okay, and now Alex did confirm. So he wrote got it. Got it in the sense of received. Received it. I received it. I got it. Got it. All right. So now Jordan knows Alex has the document. Alex keeps going. Here's the revised version. I don't think that's needed, guys. Sorry. I think that one should have been because he already sent it over, just sent it. So I don't think this one was needed. But here's a bonus for you. Here's the revised version. Here's the revised version. So maybe in a message, whether it's email or text, if you can attach the document in text, you just say, here's the revised version. That's it. And then there's some sort of link or attachment to the revised version. Okay, let's move on to weekend plans. So we will do something more social now. So these are plans that you would make with friends or family, even. So, hey, you might start with a greeting, especially if it's someone you haven't talked to in a while. So you can say, hi, hey, what's up? How's it going? Anything like that. You around this weekend? So you text your friend, you around this weekend? This is very common from native speakers. So again, there's a word missing grammatically. If anyone knows, yes. Are you around this weekend? Are you around? So what does that mean? Around, like in a circle? What does that mean? Yeah, you could absolutely say, "What's up? Hey, what's up?" Or just, "What's up? Are you around? Are you around this weekend?" Exactly. Are you around tonight? Are you around this afternoon? Are you around this weekend? Exactly. So it means free, available for sure. Are you around? It means, are you free? Are you available? Okay, so that's the question to the person. Yepers, what'd you have in mind? Have you seen yepers before? It sounds very friendly. Definitely the way friends would talk to each other. You can use this in spoken English as well. Just know that it's friendly. It's things that people use with their friends. But if I'm in a professional meeting, I probably wouldn't say yepers to a client. I might. Just depends on who the client is and how I'm feeling that day. But I would reserve it with friends. Yepers. It's just a very casual way of saying yes. And it sounds a little more enthusiastic than just saying yes. Yepers, yepers. Exactly. Instead of yes. What do you have in mind? What do you have in mind? So Mia asked, you around this weekend? So it sounds like maybe she already has a plan. Yeah. What's your plan? Exactly. What did you have in mind? So, very common way of just asking someone, do you have a plan? What is your plan? What do you have in mind? Notice in spoken English, would you, would you, would you, what do you have in mind? What do you have in mind? Yepers, what do you have in mind? Brunch on Sunday? Brunch on Sunday? Okay, so the event is brunch and then the date. So, of course, Sarah knows. Now, you can absolutely specify the time, but meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then on weekends and special occasions, we have an additional meal or a replacement meal, brunch. You can have brunch anytime, but it's generally reserved for weekends or special occasions. So you have a sense of when that time period is. So who knows? What is the time period for brunch? Does anyone know? So brunch on Sunday and question mark. So that's what Mia had in mind. Ah, yeah. So you could absolutely dinner on Saturday night, dinner on Saturday, dinner on Saturday. Now, there's nothing wrong with including night, but dinner happens at night. So it's redundant, which means it's not required. If you just said dinner on Sunday, the person knows that it's going to be at night. So at night, yes, but on Saturday night, I know English can be a little confusing. Oh, are you having brunch at midnight? So 12 a.m. is midnight. You should be sleeping. 12 p.m. is noon. Noon. Not quite. Not in North America. I mean, brunch exists elsewhere. Yes. Yeah. It's about 11 to 2. I would say 3 to me sounds a little late, but I mean, come on, that could just be me. 11 to 2 is generally the brunch period. Okay, because brunch is a combination of breakfast and lunch. Is going to be heavier than breakfast, which is why we generally don't have it too early because it's a heavy meal. Heavy in the sense it's a big meal. But although it's a heavy meal, which in North America, lunch is heavier than breakfast, it contains breakfast items like eggs and pancakes and croissants, coffee, orange juice, things like that. Okay, brunch on Sunday. I'm in. I'm in. So, this is a casual way of accepting an invitation. I'm in, which means Sarah agrees to have brunch on Sunday. I'm in. I'm in. Now, Mia is confirming the time because remember, we did have that wide range 11 to 2. It can be a little bit before 11 and it can be a little bit later than 2, of course. But excuse me, generally it's around that time. So around 11. So if you wanted to write a full form, you could say, do you want to meet around 11? Or how about we meet around 11? But you can just take the short form because this is text and say around 11 question mark. So around means it could be a little bit before 10:45, could be a little bit after 11:15, 11:30, but close. It has to be close to 11. It wouldn't be 2. Around 11. And Sarah confirms that works. That works. So she's agreeing to 11 or around 11. Now, same place, same place. So if Mia and Sarah are close friends, they go out for meals together frequently. It's something that they commonly do. So same place question mark is the short form for do you want to meet at the same place we usually have brunch? Or are we meeting at the same place we usually have brunch? So that's the same place, same place. That works. Same place, question mark. Yeah, you could add same place as usual, or instead of same, you could say usual place, usual place. Exactly. Very nice, everyone. Mhm. Yeah. Works for me, work for you. So does that work for you? Does. Because in the question, does that work for you? Does is conjugated. Now, that works for me. So in sentence structure, your verb is conjugated. Very nicely done. What about the new cafe in the market? Okay. So Mia is suggesting something different. So Sarah suggests same place. And Mia, what about? Instead of what about, you could also use how about, and the meaning would be the same. How about, what about the new cafe in the market? So the market is a geographical area. It's like saying the new cafe downtown or the new cafe, whatever your area is, you probably have names of your area. Okay. So this is a name of an area. So you can just think of whatever that would be in your city. Feel free to share it because it's always fun to learn these places. Sounds cool. Now you sound like a native. Okay, what about the new cafe in the market? And then, Sarah, it's a date. It's a date. Now, the term date is used in a romantic context, okay? But female friends use this metaphorically. It's not a romantic context, but female friends, I'm confirming female friends because I don't think guy friends do that with each other. But female friends will say it's a date to say, yes, I agree to the plan that we have. It's in my calendar, it's confirmed. Okay. Exactly. It's a replacement as it's planned. So just know this is something that female friends do that has nothing to do with romance. Although the term a date is used for two people who go out romantically. But this expression is used idiomatically, which means it has a different meaning to mean it's planned. So I'm sharing this because I use this a lot with my female friends to confirm. And you will see this a lot on TV shows, movies. So if you see two women say it's a date, don't assume it's romantic. Just assume that it's planned. All right. It's a date. But I'll be honest, I've never heard guys use this terminology. Okay. So if you are a guy, I wouldn't start using this with your male friends. Let's move on to another professional context. And this time we'll do an invoice review. So, how about this? Daniel says, remember, texting, just following up on the invoice. Okay, so I get this text email quite a lot where the only thing it says is following up, just following up. Now, on and then the topic. The topic is the invoice. So, in our previous conversation, it could be just following up on the proposal, on the report, on the agenda, on the conference. If you use this, it means you had a previous discussion about the invoice. And now you want to continue that discussion. To be honest, it sounds like Daniel sent a text message to who? Felicia. So Daniel sent a text message to Felicia, and Felicia has not replied yet. So Daniel sends another text message as a reminder. So Felicia responds to the original text message. Okay, so that's how this is used in text form. Just following up on the invoice. Just following up on the invoice. Now, Felicia can give the information that Daniel wants. We sent it to finance last week. Okay, finance is not the name of a person, although it sounds pretty. Finance. Why not? We sent it to finance. So, finance represents the finance department, division, branch, group, team. There's many different terminologies that you could use depending on the size of the company. We sent it to finance, the finance team, the finance department. We sent it to finance last week. Okay, so Felicia's giving Daniel the information he wants. I'll check after this meeting. I'll check after this meeting. So I'll check on the status of the invoice. So that means Felicia will have to contact the finance department by either email, text, or call, or just simply walk over if they're in the same building and ask for the information. Now, after this meeting, it sounds like Felicia's in a meeting, because how many times have you been in a meeting and you're not actually paying attention? You're just responding to other emails. So that's what seems to be happening here. Yes, exactly. Finance department. Now, sent it, you need what you sent. So we sent it to the finance department because it's the department and then finance tells you more information. Okay, we sent it to the finance department last week. I'll check after this meeting. So I'll check on it. I'll check to see what the status is. So it's just leaving out those additional words. Daniel confirms. Remember, he can just thumbs up the message or do an emoji thumbs up or write the word okay. Finance says they'll process it by the end of the month. Okay, so now Felicia's replying back with the information she got. Notice she's treating finance as third person singular, which is what you would do even if it is department, team, division, branch, group. Any of those you would treat as third person singular. So even if you said the finance department, which you wouldn't in a text message, but if you did, you would still use says with the S because it's it. It says. It says. The finance department says they'll process it by the end of the month. So process the invoice means that they'll pay it or they'll file it. They'll do what they need to do with the invoice. They'll process it, the invoice, by the end of the month. By the end of the month. So imagine this is our current date. Well, it's April 28th. So that would be in 2 days. If it's April 2nd, well, then obviously it's in 28 days. So the timeline just depends on what time it is now. Month, yeah, by month end, you could absolutely say by month end. Absolutely. Because grammatically, you need a lot of words. You need the end of the month. So you can use month end to make it a lot shorter. Very nice. Okay, and then Daniel asked a question. Any chance it'll be earlier? Any chance? So this is very direct, but he's still being polite by using any chance. A more direct, but potentially less polite is saying, can it be earlier? Can it be earlier? So, any chance, he's allowing Felicia to say no and is giving her permission to say no. Because if you ask someone any chance, you're acknowledging that the answer could be yes or no. Because chance is you flip a coin, it's 50-50. Any chance it'll be earlier. It will be earlier. It representing the action, finance, processing the invoice. Any chance it'll be earlier? So it sounds like Daniel wants it done. So obviously, if it's only 2 days to the end of the month, maybe not a big deal. But if it's 28 days, well, then that seems like quite a long time. Yeah. And the full form is there. Is there any chance it'll be earlier? Or you could change it to it can be earlier, but adding is there. Yeah, because any chance you're missing the subject and the verb, the subject being it or is there because it's question form. Yes, this is a live recording, but you can also watch the replay on my channel. So later on, people might be watching the replay, but right now it's live. Yeah, exactly. Flip a coin. Heads or tails? Heads or tails? Felicia, not likely. Not likely. So she isn't saying no. She's saying not likely. But this basically means no. It just sounds more polite. You're giving Daniel just the slightest amount of hope that it could be earlier, but not likely sounds like there's a 5 to 10% chance that it'll be earlier. And here's the reason: they're already backed up. They representing the finance department. They are already backed up. So if the department is backed up with a specific task, it means that they have way more invoices to process than they usually do. And given the time that they have to do the action. Okay. So more tasks than they usually do. Yeah, you could also say unlikely. Unlikely, they're already backed up. You could say that as well. What time do the live start? I don't know what time it is for you, but we started 45 minutes ago. Okay, so whatever time that is for you. Yeah, you could say they're overloaded, which means they have too much work compared to their capability or capacity. Well, overwhelmed is an emotion that generally happens when you have a large workload, but I guess it's not a requirement to happen. It's just you can feel overwhelmed, but I wouldn't say it's a direct replacement. So I wouldn't say it equals. I would say you could say that they're overwhelmed. They're feeling that emotion because they're backed up. Okay. Yes, you can get the free book. Just go to my website, jforrestenglish.com, and you'll see the link in the description, and then it will be emailed to you. Okay, keep me in the loop. So Daniel acknowledges, okay. So he confirms he understands it's not likely. Okay, keep me in the loop. Keep me in the loop. This is an idiom. Keep me in the loop. In the loop. Keep me in the loop. It means that Daniel wants Felicia to share information with her when she has information. So if Felicia hears from the finance department or a coworker that, oh wow, they processed a lot of invoices and it's going a lot faster now, she can share that information with Daniel. Oh, looking good. It might be processed earlier. So she'll share the information as she has it. Okay, keep me in the loop. Keep me in the loop. Keep me in contact isn't an expression. No. Get me up to speed is an expression, but it doesn't have the same meaning. It means that you need to share information with me that I missed. So my knowledge is at the same as everyone else, which is not the context we have today. So let's say the company was explaining a new procedure, a new way you have to file invoices, but you weren't there. So you missed all that information. So everyone's knowledge is here, but your knowledge is here because you were not at the meeting. You were sick. So you would get back and say, can you get me up to speed? Which means, can you help me get to the same level of knowledge that everyone else has? So, yes, it's an idiom, but no, it does not mean the same as keep me in the loop. Keep me updated. You can say that. Yes. Or keep me posted. You could say keep me informed. It sounds a little more of a direct translation, but keep me posted, keep me in the loop would be the more commonly used ones. Or keep me updated would be used as well. And Felicia replies with will do. So she could have just given it a thumbs up. Absolutely, in text message. Will do is how a native speaker accepts a task. Because in the other ones, when someone just said, okay, okay, they weren't given a task. They were just given information. So they were using okay to acknowledge receipt of the information. Will do because Daniel assigned Felicia a task. Doesn't mean that he's her manager. It's just he asked her to do something. So it's a task. So Felicia is saying will do because she's accepting the task. So it is not the same as okay. This is not grammatical. And this is grammatical, but a native speaker would be way more likely to say will do. I will, yes, but it's just not the expression that we use. The expression is will do. I will do is not grammatical. You got it? Yes, you can use that. You got it. I'll do is not grammatical. Okay, let's move on. One more text exchange. This time it's social and it's small talk. So, small talk, remember, it's conversation about unimportant topics. So, you can absolutely have small talk text messages with friends. So, you might just want to say hello to a friend once a week just to make sure you maintain contact with that friend. So, Carly, hey, how's your week been? So it's just a general conversation, is not about a specific purpose. So you can categorize that as small talk or maybe even checking in. Hey, how's your week been? How's your week been? So notice this question is in the present perfect because the week started. So today it's Tuesday. The week started yesterday in North America. And then it continues until Friday or Sunday if you count the weekend. Okay, so started in the past and continues until now. That's why it's the present perfect. Hey, how's your week been? Hey, how's your week been? So you can just text this to your friends, even if you don't have a specific question or request or event, and you just want to say hello. Yeah, absolutely. You can use how was your week at the end of the week. So Friday for the weekday and Sunday for the weekend weekday. Now on Sunday, you might say, how was your weekend? Because Sunday afternoon, we pretty much view the weekend as over. So even if it is technically still in progress, you're viewing it as complete. So past simple for completed past action. Present perfect for a week or weekend in progress. Hey, how's your week been? Pretty good. So Megan replies, pretty good. And then she gives more information. Megan doesn't have to do that. She could absolutely just say, pretty good, you, and then turn it back to the person, you. Pretty good. We have family visiting all week, so it's been busy. So we have family visiting all week. So it's been busy. So again, the present perfect because it started in the past and continues until the end of the week. So it's in progress. It's been busy. You. So this is how in text message and in spoken English, you ask the same question to the person. You and you, what about you? So in text message, you probably just use the shortest possible, but in spoken English, you'll use longer expressions. Yeah, what about you? Yeah, all week represents either Monday through Friday or Monday through Sunday. Just depends. And then Carly, oh, nice. Your brother. So, oh, nice, acknowledging the fact she has family visiting. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. So, some sort of commentary on that. And now asking your brother. So if Carly and Megan are friends, well, then Carly knows that Megan's brother lives out of town and the brother is family. So it makes sense that she asks your brother, your brother. So this is the short form of is your brother visiting this week? Okay, your brother. That's why it's your brother. Yeah, you could also say, glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. You wouldn't say, what about your brother? You're just asking, is it your brother? Is it your brother? Is it your brother visiting? And then the short form would be your brother. Oh, nice. Your brother? Is it your brother visiting? Your brother? Megan, no. My cousin from Chicago and his wife and 2 kids. Okay. So, no, my cousin from Chicago. So, no, not my brother. My brother isn't visiting. And his wife and 2 kids. So, just giving more information about who's visiting. Now, Carly says, sounds busy. Sounds busy. What are you guys up to? So, you guys is very common from natives to refer to a group of people. It doesn't matter what the gender is, okay? So, when I greet my girlfriends, I commonly say, hi, guys. Hey, guys, even though I'm looking at 3 women. So, it is not gender specific when natives use it in this context. Hi, guys, as a greeting or as a question. What are you guys up to? So, what are you up to? Up to means what are your plans? What do you have planned? Because family is visiting from out of town. So, you might do touristy thing or you might do family things. Sounds busy. What are you guys up to? What are you guys up to? Exactly. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. What are you guys doing? So now Megan will share that information. We went to the Children's Museum yesterday. Today we're just relaxing. Tomorrow we're doing that new boat cruise. So Megan provided some information about what they already did. The first sentence is the past simple. We went to the Children's Museum yesterday because remember, it's the cousin, the wife, and 2 kids. So you have to do some kid friendly activities. Today, we're just relaxing. So the present continuous because it's taking place now. So it sounds like maybe they're just going to stay at home or just go to the park. Nothing special. Today, we're just relaxing. Tomorrow, we're doing that new boat cruise. So native speakers commonly use the verb do as a replacement to other verbs, but there are only certain times when that's possible. So you can go on a boat cruise casually. You can just say we're doing a boat cruise, okay? But the Full grammatical structure would be tomorrow we're going on a boat cruise. Now, that new boat cruise, it sounds like is a boat cruise that Carly would know about because maybe it was announced recently and there's a lot of promotions and advertisements for this new boat cruise. So that's why it's that new boat cruise because it's some boat cruise that Carly would understand. Okay, tomorrow we're going on. So still the present continuous because it's a planned action, even if it's in the future. Oh, this is a nice reply. That sounds like a fun week. How was the Children's Museum? Excellent reply because you're commenting on what Megan said and you're asking a specific question. That's a great way to reply. And Carly says, "Oh, cool." So that's the replacement of that sounds like a fun week. Oh, cool. Let me know if it's worth it. So let me know if it's worth it. Now, she didn't specify what activity, but it sounds like it's the boat cruise. Because remember, I said that new boat cruise, it sounds like it's one that Carly also knows about it. Let me know if it's worth it. And let's catch up when they leave. Okay, let's catch up. So let's go for coffee and you can tell me all about your time with your family. I'll tell you all about my week teaching English to my students and we'll share information. Okay, let's catch up when they leave. When they leave. Let's catch up when they leave. For sure. I'll definitely need a break. LOL. Okay, for sure. So Megan is enthusiastically saying, yes, let's catch up. So for sure, absolutely. Those would be the two I can think of that would be very common. For sure, absolutely. For sure, absolutely. I'll definitely. So definitely the short form in texting is deaf. I'll def need a break. Honestly, it sounds I'm sure there are some native speakers that verbalize it as the short form and say, I'll def need a break. I personally don't. And I haven't heard it that often. So even though I see it as the short form, I'm still going to say it as the long form, which is definitely. I'll definitely need a break. So a break means just, some time to relax because Megan has spent the last week entertaining her family. So she needs some time just to be away from people with her friend and not talking to family. I'll definitely need a break. LOL. So let's start with your kitchen. And of course, related to food. I'm sure you spend a lot of time in this area of your house. I know I sure do. So, a very common question: what are we having for dinner? Are you the one usually asking the question, or are you the one usually answering the question? I'm the one answering the question most of the time. What are we having for dinner? What are we having for dinner? Can you think of another way you could ask this question? Because there are many different ways. So feel free, share it in the comments, and I'll let you know if it's correct and natural. And instead of dinner, you can change it with whatever meal. What are we having for breakfast, lunch, dinner? And then you can say, I'm making. So that focuses on, of course, the preparation. If you want to use the exact language from the question, you could say, we're having. We're having. And notice the question and the answer are in the present continuous because it's a planned future event. I'm making chicken and rice tonight. So, what about you? What are you making or what are you having for your next meal? You can share that in the comments as well. What's for dinner tonight? Yes, excellent job. Just get that contraction. What's for dinner tonight? What's for dinner tonight? Very nice. What's the menu for lunch, mom? You could use that. You can use that in a more jokey way, or if it's a special occasion and you are having more of a menu, we don't use that in an everyday context, but I like it, definitely. What's the menu for lunch, mom? Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, our next one. Maybe you ask this in the morning, afternoon, or evening. Hmm. Is there any coffee left? Is there any coffee left? Notice the importance here. Left. Left represents remaining. So in this case, there was coffee, but you don't know the amount of coffee. So you're asking, is there any coffee left? And then the reply, yeah, there's still some in the pot. In the pot. Because we make coffee in a pot in North America. There are many ways you can brew coffee, but in North America, it's very common to make it in a pot. So in the pot, the coffee pot. But you don't have to say coffee pot. That would sound unnatural. So yeah, there's still some in the pot. You could also just say, yeah, there's still some left. There's still some left. So at the beginner stage, you can always look to the question to get clues on how to answer. When you're more advanced, you can form your answer in different ways. You don't have to use the same language as the question. Okay, Hidaki had mashed potatoes for supper. Very nice. What are we cooking for lunch? Very nice. It sounds like you're involved. So you are also going to be cooking. That's my cooking motion, apparently. Don't you, although technically it means remaining sounds too formal. Just use left. Remaining does not sound natural. Uh, we've run out of coffee. We have none left. You can use that. Run out is usually when the total amount of coffee is completely gone. If you can simply make more coffee because you have more beans, I wouldn't use that. But if there's no more coffee beans and it's not possible for you to make more coffee, then you could use that. Greetings all the way to Spain. Is there any coffee left? Sorry, had the rest this morning. Exactly. Very nice. Let's keep going. Okay, this is related to this one. So you're asking, should I put on a new pot? Should I put on a new pot? Put on a new pot means, should I make more coffee? So sometimes native speakers will just have a completely different way of saying a common thing. The common way of saying this is, should I make more coffee? A native alternative is, should I put on a new pot? So pot represents pot of coffee. And then someone can reply and either say yes or no. If you want to say yes, there are many different ways you can say that. That's a good idea. Go for it. Sure, I'll have some. Yeah, I'll have another cup. So there's lots of different ways. I'm a coffee person. Seriously, does not belong where you have it. Just, I'm a coffee person. You could put seriously at the beginning or end if you wanted. Oh, is there any sugar left? I need to bake a cake. Exactly. Very nice. Should I put on a new pot? Exactly. Why not? Go for it. Love it. How about here? Do you want me to heat that up? Heat that up. So to heat something up simply means to heat it. Now, to heat that up, that would represent it could be coffee, it could be another beverage. Of course, it could be food as well. Do you want me to heat that up? So heat something up, make it hotter. So usually this would be done in a microwave, but of course it could be done in an oven as well. Sure, that'd be great. That'd be great. And notice my pronunciation of that would in spoken English will naturally form the connection. That'd be great. Sure, that'd be great. Yeah, I like this. Go ahead. Go ahead. Instead of it would be nice, I would say that. That would be nice. That'd be nice. Sure, go ahead. That'd be nice. Or sure, go ahead. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, it could be to heat up a cup of coffee that's just been sitting there for a while and you just put it in the microwave for a few seconds. But this could be anything. It could be a plate of food, whatever you want. Maybe you ask, are these leftovers still good? Are these leftovers still good? So you have some leftovers in the fridge. Now, leftovers, notice this is a noun. And as a noun, it represents food that you previously had. And some of that food is still there. So it's left over. And then you can eat it again the next day or the next day. But if it's from 3 days ago, maybe you take it out of the fridge and you look at it and you smell it. Are these leftovers still good? And then you say, I think so, but smell them first. Smell them first. So, because usually you can tell if it's spoiled. So, if it doesn't smell good, then don't eat it because it might be spoiled. A native speaker would commonly say, gone bad. Oh, the leftovers have gone bad. Or simply bad. These leftovers are bad. These leftovers are bad. Yeah, exactly. So with sense, instead of it smelling, just use the present simple. It smells. No, it smells very bad. Throw it away. Throw it away. And let's keep going. Uh-oh. Looking for things. Does this happen to you? So, what's an item that you commonly have to look for? Now, notice the preposition. You look for something. A lot of my students forget that preposition. You look for something. All right. So, what's a common item that you look for? Yes. Hit that like button. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your support. I'm so glad you're enjoying the lesson. Woohoo. Okay. Yeah, you could also say it's rotten. Oh, these leftovers are rotten. It smells awful. Exactly. Very nicely done. Okay. Thank you so much for your support as well. So, what's something that you look for? Maybe your phone. Do you frequently lose your phone, but lose it temporarily? You know it's somewhere in the house, but you can still use lose if you don't know where it is right now, even though you know it's somewhere. So, have you seen? Have you seen? And then the item, the thing, my phone. So, have you seen? It's in the present perfect. Okay. Because it's still possible for you to see it. So, it's an unfinished timeline. And that's why it's in the present perfect. Where's my pen? Have you seen my pen? Exactly. If you use did you see my phone? It has to be a completed time reference. So maybe it's, did you see my phone when you were in the laundry room? So you're no longer in the laundry room. So in that case, you could use the past simple to represent that you being in the laundry room is a completed action. But if you don't have that completed action in mind, then use the present perfect. Have you seen? Have you seen? Car keys. Yes, exactly. That's definitely one. Have you seen my phone? Have you seen my keys? And then hopefully you know the answer and you can say, yeah, it's charging in the bedroom. That's where you always leave your phone. It's charging in the bedroom. So you can just add more information. Of course, you can just say it's in the bedroom, but then I added the verb. What is it doing? Now, maybe that isn't always applicable. With car keys, generally, they don't do anything. So you wouldn't use an action there. Have you seen my key card? Absolutely. That would be a very common thing to lose. Have you seen my charger? That's my next one because that's one I frequently lose. Have you seen my charger? And then maybe the person says, yeah, I borrowed it earlier. So you didn't lose it, someone took it. So that's why it's not where you're expecting it to be. I borrowed it earlier. It's on my desk. Now, why did I use borrow? Imagining I'm talking to my husband or my roommate or a family member. Have you seen my charger? So, even in the same household, it's still, this is my phone. So, if you want to use it, you could ask, and then borrow means to temporarily use. So if my husband takes my charger for a period of time, but then he returns it to me later, I borrowed it earlier. But in this case, clearly he didn't ask, which is fine. But you can still use the word borrow to represent that. You could also just say, I used it earlier. That's fine as well. I borrowed it earlier. I used it earlier. It's on my desk. Yeah, I put it away in the drawer. Exactly. So I do this all the time to my husband because he leaves his items around the house and I like things very organized. So I often take his items and put them in places, but then he doesn't know where they are. So he often has to ask me, have you seen my, or he knows. So he's like, where did you put my? Because he knows I will put things away. I took it earlier. Yeah, exactly. Very nice. You can use took. I would probably say I used it earlier, but took is grammatically correct and I understand what you mean. Have you seen my wallet? Exactly. How about this? Oh, look at that. A common thing people lose. Now, maybe you're just, where did I put my wallet? And maybe you're not actually asking the person, you're just vocalizing it as you're searching for something. Where did I put my wallet? And maybe you could ask someone, where did I put my wallet? And then the person replies, check by the front door. I saw it there earlier. So notice this is in the past simple. I saw it there because the time reference is a completed past action. So earlier, when I was getting a package, or when I was locking the door or unlocking the door, or when I was walking by, whatever it is. So check by the front door. And notice this is in the imperative because I'm giving this as an instruction. Check by the front door. By means in the general area of. Check by the front door. I saw it there earlier. So maybe you have a storage area by the front door or a closet by the front door. Yeah, check your handbag. Exactly. Exactly. Let's keep going. Oh, do you frequently lose the remote? Hmm. Do you know where the remote is? So you can ask someone directly, maybe as you're looking, do you know? Do you know where? Do you know where the remote is? And of course, remote is remote control that that functions the TV most likely. There are other remotes that you could use before the TV. Do you know where the remote is? The remote. Do you know where the remote is? It's probably between the couch cushions. So between is you have the couch cushions and then it's there. So between. Does that happen to you commonly where the remote falls between the couch cushions? Yeah, exactly. Remote control for your TV. Exactly. Welcome, welcome. Yes, exactly. The thing you use to switch on the TV and also switch off, change the channels, turn up the volume, turn down the volume. Exactly. To switch TV channels. Exactly. Do you know where the children are? You need the children. Do you know where the children are? Otherwise, it's just children in general. And that isn't logical. So the children. Ah, under the couch. Exactly. It's probably between the couch cushions. Now, notice here, you have to use cushions because it's not between the couch, because then it would be an entire couch. And then there would have to be another object. And then the remote would be there. But this is the couch. And then you have the cushions. But definitely under the couch. That's a good place to check. So you could ask, have you checked? Have you checked? Have you checked under the couch? Have you checked between the cushions? Yeah. Have you checked behind the TV? Very nice. Yeah, absolutely. Turn on the TV. So, turn on is the standard term, the standard phrasal verb. Turn on, turn off, turn up, turn down. So, that's for volume. Turn up the TV, turn down the TV. You can use the TV or you can use volume. Turn up the volume, turn up the TV, because it's obvious if you say TV with turn up, you know you mean sound. Yeah, exactly. Your kids probably could have taken these items. How about this? Where are the scissors? So there's always that random item that you don't use very often, but then when you do use it, you have no idea where it is. I think we have a stapler in our junk drawer, and maybe I use it once a year. So it's like, where's the stapler? So scissors, I actually use them more frequently. Where are the scissors? So you can think of a random item. Do you have a junk drawer in your house? Do you know what a junk drawer is? So a drawer is if you have a cupboard or a desk and you pull it out and there are items and then you push it back in and it's flush with the surface. And in that drawer is random items. And they're generally not organized. So you open that drawer and it's just chaos. And when you don't know what to do with an item, you just put it in the junk drawer. I think most people have a junk drawer. Yes, I do. Exactly. Yeah, you could say they're on the table. Where are the scissors? Where's the remote? Well, remote would be singular. So let's imagine you're using this with scissors. Where are the scissors? They're on the table. They're on the table. They're under the table. They're between the cushions. So remember those prepositions. They're in the oven. I put them there by mistake. Yeah, why not? It happens. It definitely happens. Okay. Let's keep going to cleaning and chores. So, what are some questions you could ask related to cleaning and chores? Oh, your ring. So, do you struggle to find your ring or jewelry? Yes, I'm always very paranoid about losing jewelry. So, I have a rule. If I take my ring off, I put it in a jewelry box. And that's the only place I put it. I don't take my rings off or any jewelry off unless it goes immediately in the jewelry box, just for that situation. Because, yes, is a unfortunately a very common thing to misplace. Here's a great question. Who's going to clean up the kitchen today? Exactly. So maybe you're a parent and you have two or more kids, because if there's only one, it's clearly going to be that one kid. So you have two or more kids and you look at them and say, who's going to clean up the kitchen today? And surely none of them will volunteer, right? Okay. Or you can ask, can you take out the garbage? Can you take out the garbage? So notice the phrasal verb with take out. You take out the garbage, which means to permanently remove it. So you're going to take the garbage from your kitchen or wherever the garbage is now, and then you're going to put it either in the garage. In North America, it's very common to store garbage in the garage because garbage is picked up once every week or once every 2 weeks. So, in the meantime, a lot of people will keep the garbage in the garage. Okay, so can you take out the garbage? So take it from the kitchen to the garage or the kitchen to the curb. The curb is if you have your house, your driveway, and then the street. The curb is at the end of the driveway, right at the street, because the garbage truck will come up the street and collect the garbage. And that happens once every week or once every 2 weeks. Rubbish is British English. We don't use it in American English. Anything. Oh, sorry, wrong comment. Any kind of garbage. Anything unwanted. Okay, can you take out the garbage? Sure, I'll take it out after dinner because maybe by the end of dinner, there'll be more garbage to put in the garbage can. Sure, I'll take it out, it being the garbage. Sure, I'll take it out after dinner. Yeah, can you do the dishes? Sure, I'll get to them after lunch. Yeah, so get to them. It sounds like you have a list of items and that you have do the dishes on your list of items. So you will do them at a specific time. But get to them sounds like you will also be doing other things. In American English, we use trash or garbage interchangeably. Can you take out the trash? Can you take out the garbage? There's no difference in the way we use it. Did you unload the dishwasher? So here, you're not asking, can you? You're asking, did you? So you're asking, is this job complete? Did you unload the dishwasher? So maybe you assign this as a chore. A chore is a task you do around the house. Now, so if you assign this to a child or to a spouse, and then you want confirmation, did you unload the dishwasher? Did you do this chore? Not yet, but I'll do it in a minute. Not yet. So notice, not yet, that's the short form of I have not done it yet. I have not unloaded the dishwasher yet. So not yet. It's in the present perfect because it's an unfinished time reference. So it's still possible for you to do it in the future. Not yet, but I'll do it in a minute. Now, the future simple is being used because we use the future simple for a commitment. So when you say, I'll do it, you're committing, you're promising. Not yet, but I'll do it in a minute. Now, in a minute doesn't, when a native speaker says in a minute, it does not mean 60 seconds. It just means in a short period of time. Or you could answer positively. Yes, I've just done it. Exactly. Great one. How about this? Whose turn is it? And then whatever the chore is. Now, notice a lot of chores use the verb do. Other chores use the verb make. Can you make dinner? Can you make the bed, for example? And then some chores just use a random verb or phrasal verb. So you just have to memorize what verb goes with each chore. Whose turn is it to do laundry? To do laundry. If you ask whose turn is it, it means on Monday, I do laundry. On Friday, someone else does laundry. And then, or week 1, I do laundry. And then the next week, you do laundry. And then after that, I do laundry. And it goes back and forth. So whose turn is it to do laundry? I think it's mine. I think it's mine. I'll start a load later. So I'll load is a load of laundry. So a load is all the clothes that go into one laundry cycle. We call that a load. A load. So when you click start, when you push start on the washing machine, you're doing a load of laundry. So if you say, "Oh, I did 3 loads of laundry today," it means the washing machine was on 3 separate times. So maybe you have your darks, your lights, and towels, for example. So 3 loads of laundry. 3 loads of laundry. So notice laundry doesn't have an S. It's loads. 1 load of laundry, 2 loads of laundry. So whose turn is it to do laundry? I think it's mine. I'll start a load later. I'll start in the future simple because again, you're making a commitment, you're making a promise. Yeah, why not volunteer? It's my turn to do the dishes. It's my turn to cook dinner. It's my turn to take out the garbage, whatever it might be. Yeah, you have darks, you have whites, you have colors, you have towels, you have delicates, however you divide your laundry. Yeah, I'll throw a load in. If you throw a load in, that means I will do a load. That's it. It's just an alternative way of saying it. Exactly. For commitments, use the future simple. It looks as in this household, nobody wants to do anything at all. Exactly. So let's say you're cooking. I spilled some sauce. Can you wipe it up before it stains? So maybe you're busy cooking and you can't leave the pot or it will burn. So you ask, can you wipe it up? Can you wipe it up before it stains? So we use wipe up for a specific spill. So just the area on the counter that has the sauce. Can you wipe it up? So wipe it up means to remove a specific spill before it stains. So to stain means to leave a permanent mark. So if you have white counters and then you spill spaghetti sauce or turmeric in a curry, well, if you don't wipe it up, it could definitely stain. So you have this faded yellow mark or faded red mark from that sauce, and it will not go away. And then thankfully someone says, of course, let me get a rag. Let me get a rag. What's a rag? A rag is a cloth, but it's usually a cloth that we use and we don't care if it gets dirty. We don't care if the rag gets stained or discolored or dirty. So it's a cloth dedicated to dirty chores. So cleaning up spills, wiping the floor, anything that will get very dirty. Let me get a rag. You could also say, let me get some paper towels. Let me get a cloth. You could use cloth as well. Yeah, stain is a verb. It can also be a noun, a stain. So in this sentence, in the question, can you wipe it up before it stains? It's a verb, and you know that because it's subject, it, the spill, the sauce, stains, and then the verb stains is conjugated with the subject. But as a noun, you might say, oh no, there's a stain on my white counters. Or, oh no, there's a stain on my favorite shirt. So stains can happen on clothes as well. Oh, yeah. Wipe it up, wipe off, wipe out. Yes, I did a video on that because they're confusing. So you can go find that video. Let's move on to relaxing. You've done a lot of chores in this lesson. You've done a lot of work. So now it's time to relax. What are you watching? So it could be a very common question. What are you watching? You walk into the room and then the person says, honestly, I'm not sure. Has that ever happened to you? Because maybe you just turn on the TV, and I don't know about what platform you use, but often when you turn it on, it will just start playing a trailer or it will just start playing something, or maybe you accidentally clicked on something you don't even know what. And so you could say, honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm watching. It can happen. What are you watching? Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Or, of course, you can share the name of the show or the movie. Oh, I'm going to watch the World Cup later on. Very nice. I have not decided yet. Because if you use yet, you need the present perfect. I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet. Exactly. I haven't decided yet. Can you turn the volume down a little? So remember, I already explained this. You turn up the volume, you turn down the volume. So make louder is turn up, make quieter is turn down. Now you can say the volume. You could also just say the TV or the movie. If you know the person is watching a movie, you could say the movie, you could say your show. Can you turn the TV down a little? So a little just means a small amount. Of course, how's that? So what is this question? How's that? Of course, how's that? How's that? Anyone know? So if you say, how's that? It means you turned it down and then you want confirmation that the volume is now acceptable for that person. So, how's the volume now? Is how's that? How's the volume now? And then the person will say, that's perfect. Thanks. Or it's still a little loud. Just turn it down a little bit more. So, you wouldn't say bring down, you would say turn down. Yeah, or can you mute the TV? So mute means audio is 0. So it's not even 1%. It's 0. That would be mute. Can you mute the TV? I have to call my boss. Exactly. How's that? Is that volume okay for you? You could also say, how's this? How's this? How's that? In this context, they're the same. Exactly. Mute is 0 sound. Yeah. Can you turn the volume up? I can't hear the TV. Or can you turn off the TV? Can you pause the show? I have to call my boss. So if you pause, then also there will be no audio because it's paused, it's temporarily on hold. Instead of how about, how's, how is, how's the volume now? How's the volume now? Okay, how about this? Do you want to watch a movie tonight? Do you want to watch a movie tonight? Very common question, of course. Now you can replace movie with whatever you want, and it could be the specific name of the movie as well. Do you want to watch a movie tonight? Sure. I saw a trailer for a new comedy on Netflix. So, by saying this, even without directly asking, you're suggesting that we watch this. I saw a trailer for a new comedy on Netflix. So, a trailer is a preview for that movie. So, it might be a 1 to 2 minute preview to give you an idea of what the movie's about. Now, we know the genre of the movie, the style, because a new comedy on Netflix. Instead of comedy, you can replace that. What's your favorite genre? What's your favorite type of movie? Or not even your favorite, but what's a different genre? What's a different type? I saw a trailer for a new on Netflix. What else could you say? And then on Netflix, you could say on Prime, on Disney, on Apple. I don't know what the other ones are. I saw a trailer for a new thriller on Netflix. Exactly. For a new musical on Netflix. Exactly. The movie trailer looks good. Let's go for it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's watch it. Horror. Exactly. A new horror On Netflix, a new sci-fi movie on Netflix. Exactly. Or wherever. Now you're watching that movie, you're watching that comedy, you're laughing away, and you ask, are there any snacks? Are there any snacks? You could also ask, is there anything to eat? Is there anything to eat? Are there any snacks? Now, a snack, of course, specifically is a small meal between meals. Generally, if you're watching a movie, may not be that healthy either. Are there any snacks? And then I think there are some chips in the cupboard. Notice the pronunciation cupboard, cupboard. So it does not look like these two words cupboard, cupboard, cupboard. Let's snack on some Doritos and popcorn. Popcorn does not have an S, so it's just popcorn. Exactly. Let's make some popcorn. There's some chocolate left. Very nice. Are there some snacks left? Exactly. Now remember, if you use left, it means you know there were snacks and you want to make sure but you don't know the quantity. Is the quantity 10%, 1%, 0%, or 80%? Granola, well, that seems like a healthy snack. Very nice. Popcorn, exactly. Ice cream, probably in the freezer, though, not the fridge. The fridge isn't cold enough for ice cream usually. I think adults love having popcorn too. I know I certainly do. Are there any snacks? Exactly. Are there any snacks? And instead of snacks, you could be specific. Are there any chips? Is there any popcorn? Because popcorn, don't add an S to it. It's an uncountable noun. Oh, bananas. Isn't that a healthy snack? I don't think I've ever in my life eaten a banana during a movie. I like it. I like it. But a banana certainly is a snack. Absolutely. Okay. Now, you're relaxing, you're watching a movie. Are you using this blanket? So there's a blanket on the couch. Are you using this blanket? And you want to be respectful and polite. So you just ask for confirmation before you take it. Are you using this blanket? And then the person hopefully says, no, it's all yours, which means you take the blanket and you get all snuggled in and you enjoy your movie with some popcorn and a banana and you enjoy it. Cookies. Yes, nobody has said cookies. Very nice. Let's move on to some home problems. I'm sure these happen quite a lot. Are you dealing with any home problems right now? Let me see if I am. Thankfully, I don't think we have a lot of home problems currently. So maybe you ask, why is the Wi Fi so slow? Ugh. Now, you might just be commenting. Often, when we ask why, we don't actually expect the person to know. We might just be venting. Why is traffic so bad today? You don't actually want an answer, you're just venting. So, venting is when you just want to get out your anger and get out your frustration verbally. Why is the Wi Fi so slow? But maybe you are asking the person, but the person says, I don't know. I don't know. How would I know? I don't know. I'll try restarting the router. So restarting means you will turn it off, and then you will turn it on again immediately, 30 seconds later or 1 minute later. And then you could unplug it, wait a period of time, and then plug it in again to force it to restart itself. Oh, I like that. I'll call the company. And good job using the future simple because you're committing to doing this. And it's a spontaneous, oh, I'll call the company. You just thought of it. I'll call the company. And then you pick up the phone and you call the company. Yes, it is a common problem. Oh, this could be a good household problem, especially now. I saw on the weather report for my city, we're going into a heat wave the next few days. So this would absolutely be a problem. My ceiling fan is not functioning. Exactly. You can also say working. My ceiling fan isn't working. This is interesting. I'll try to restart the router means that you don't know if you can do this action, but you're going to attempt it. I'll try restarting the router. So using try and then a gerund suggests that you will do this as one option to try to solve a problem. Okay, so they're not exactly the same meaning. And you want try plus gerund because it's one potential solution and you do not know if it will work or not. So try plus gerund for that. Or is the bathroom sink still leaking? Is the bathroom sink still leaking? So maybe this was on your kids or your spouse's to-do list. Maybe you have a really handy son and you want to confirm if this problem has been resolved. Is the bathroom sink still leaking? So if it's leaking, it means that drip, 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 water is coming out even though the tap is off. And then, yeah, a little. We should probably call someone. So call someone means I tried to fix it myself. It didn't work. So now I need to call a plumber or call someone who is qualified. Yeah, exactly. Let's call the plumber. Exactly. How about this? Why is it so cold in here? Ooh, why is it so cold in here? I opened all the windows earlier. So maybe you open the windows and then you left them open all night and it got cold overnight. So now, why is it so cold in here? I opened all the windows earlier. So that could be the reason why. Opposite, why is it so hot in here? The AC must be acting up again. What does it mean to act up? The AC, so the air conditioner or the air conditioning, both of those are fine. The AC, the AC, the AC must be, because you're making a prediction, so must be doing something. You're making a prediction, must be, and then the doing is acting up again. Again is important because it means it did it previously and it's repetitive. So acting up means not behaving properly. So here are some pictures in order, starting from the top left and then going down and ending on the bottom right. Any idea what I did this weekend thinking about these pictures? Do you know what this is? Well, an image 4 is probably clearer. It's a dishwasher. So our dishwasher broke, and then we had the empty space where the dishwasher would be. We got a new one delivered, and then voila, new dishwasher. So I could say things in the present simple like, we usually have some household problems to take care of. So remember, this is the present simple. We usually have some household problems to take care of. So you're talking about your weekend in a general sense. So not necessarily this weekend, routine to any weekend. We usually have some household problems to take care of. Now, this is an example of one household problem we took care of this weekend. Now, when I say this weekend, because you know it was a past weekend, it represents this past weekend or this last weekend. So I could say, we always dedicate some time over the weekend to repairs around the house. So you can dedicate time to something, to repairs. So repairs is a noun here. Now, this is the present simple. So it means in general. Again, not necessarily this weekend. We always dedicate some time over the weekend. This is the time reference over the weekend. It means at any point from the start of the weekend to the end of the weekend. So is viewing the weekend as an entire time reference. Over the weekend to repairs, this is a noun, around the house. Now we can talk about some specific past actions. This weekend, we replaced our dishwasher. Okay. So if you replace, it means you could replace your phone. This is your current phone, and then you get a new phone, and then this one you no longer have. So you can replace your phone, replace any object. So in this case, the object is dishwasher. This weekend, we replaced our dishwasher. Yes, exactly. This weekend, because it's the past simple, you know it means last or past. This past weekend. This last weekend. Okay? This weekend. My cat's going crazy. This weekend. So you know it's in the past simple because the verb tense is in the past simple. This weekend, we replaced our dishwasher. Yeah. Well, it was a delivery truck. So they delivered the dishwasher. It was a very large truck for sure. You could use that same truck to move your household objects, but this one was a delivery truck. This weekend, we got a new dishwasher. This weekend, we got a new dishwasher. So I'm just focusing on receiving it. Or our new dishwasher was delivered this weekend. Notice the difference. We got a new dishwasher. So focus on the subject, receiving the object. Our dishwasher, the subject is not doing the action, was delivered this weekend. So this is the passive voice, because in the active voice, you would say the company delivered the dishwasher. That would be the active voice. Our new dishwasher was delivered, to be delivered, and then to be in the past simple this weekend. Thank you very much. It is nice to have a new dishwasher. I appreciate that. I'm doing great. I hope you guys are as well. Now, share something you did this weekend. You don't want to just hear about me. So, what about you? Did you do any household chores or household repairs this weekend? And if you're enjoying this lesson, put yes in the comments. Like this lesson, subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson. And yes, delivered. That's what I wrote. Yeah, was delivered. So to be delivered. Delivered is the past of the verb. So to deliver, the company delivered delivered the new dishwasher. Okay, so we have some students who are enjoying this lesson. Awesome. Like this lesson, subscribe as well. Woohoo. Now, I have this free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. So you can look in the link for the description or just go to my website and you can download that for free. And you can also join the Finally Fluent Academy if you want to keep learning natural expressions, if you want to study how native speakers use English in the real world and you want my personal support. You can get that in the Finally Fluent Academy. So look for the link in the description or go to my website as well. Now let's keep going. Another speaking guide. And here, our next one. Kevin, my husband, Kevin installed our new dishwasher this weekend. So here, the verb is to install. So we have the dishwasher, but to install it, you put it in the location, you connect the pipes, you make sure it's properly screwed in. Honestly, I don't know. Kevin did it. Ask him what to do. But Kevin installed our new dishwasher this weekend. Okay, so he was doing the action. If someone else did it, I could say, our new dishwasher was installed, or we got someone to install our new dishwasher. That would be if we did not do the action and we hired someone. But Kevin is very handy and he likes doing things like that. Okay. Oh, it was Mother's Day in France. Well, happy Mother's Day. I created a kitchen shelf. Oh, that's awesome. So you're handy as well. I was into a trip around Italy. You took a trip around Italy? That sounds amazing. Wow. Last Sunday, I watched Backrooms. Never heard of it. Very nice. Keep sharing what you guys did. I don't want to just talk about my weekend. We tried out. Okay, so you have the verb try, but notice it's a phrasal verb. We tried out. We tried out our new dishwasher this weekend and it worked great. Well, if you try something out, it means you test it. Now, we already paid for the dishwasher. We already installed the dishwasher, but you can't try it at the store. You don't bring your dishes to the store and use it. So you have to trust that you're getting a good quality dishwasher, trust the reviews, and then try it out, test it. And thankfully, it worked great. Our dishes were very clean. What is your favorite brand of what? Of dishwashers? Of kitchen appliances? This dishwasher was a Bosch. Bosch. Because our previous dishwasher was also a Bosch and it lasted for 10 years. So it was a very good quality dishwasher. We are happy with it right until the end. Yes, Kevin is good at things around the house. Exactly. He is. Let's keep going. So, did you try anything out? Maybe you tried out a new restaurant or tried out a new makeup brand or anything. I don't know. See if you can use this phrasal verb to test. To test. Maybe you tried out a new method to improve your English. Ooh. Oh, this was on Friday afternoon. Okay. So remember, we're going to talk about the present simple, routines, and the past simple, completed past actions. Oh, here's one we tried out. I tried out a new Chinese restaurant near my place. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed it. And the food was amazing. I'm so happy to hear that. Yes, this is being recorded, and you can go to the section on my YouTube channel that says live lessons, and you'll see all the recordings of past live lessons. Let's keep going. We always end work early on Fridays. This is true. Why not? We both work for ourselves, so we have flexibility. So we end work early on Fridays. Now, early because the culture in North America is that you work until about 5 o'clock p.m. So on Fridays, notice the plural to represent every Friday. So on Fridays, we usually end work around 3:30. So end work means we stop working for the day. We on Fridays we usually end work around 3:30, which for us is early because Monday to Thursday we usually work until 4:35. Sometimes we even work in the evening depending on what tasks we have to do. Okay. I want to know if the verb try out may be used with things. Well, dishwasher is a thing. So we tried out our new dishwasher. Can you just give a specific example and I'll let you know if it's correct? Okay. So that was the present simple. We always. Another present simple. We always go for a coffee and dessert after work on Fridays. Now, we have our dessert in the afternoon because I always say to Kevin, we'll have dessert after dinner. But then when we eat dinner, I'm too full and I never want dessert. So we have dessert first to make sure we actually get dessert. This one was pretty big. It was too big for me and it kind of ruined my dinner a little bit. So we always go for a coffee and dessert after work on Fridays. What about you? Is there something you always do on Friday or Saturday or Sunday or at any point during the weekend? Hmm. I always make coffee myself. Very nice. Now, now I'm transferring to the past simple. So notice the structure. I'm talking about a general activity, and then I'm talking about a specific activity that we did on a specific date. Because when you say we always, that doesn't mean it happened the weekend that's closest to the time I'm talking. It's just talking about a routine in general. Oh, this is interesting. I was thinking that dishwasher is a man or a woman. Now, it can be because there are certain jobs at restaurants where we're hiring a dishwasher. So, in that case, it's a man or a woman who washes dishes. So, that absolutely can be a person who washes dishes. But based on my context, it's a machine, a dishwasher, a washing machine. So a dishwashing machine. But native speakers, we wouldn't say machine. It's just obvious based on context. If I say, oh, we got a new dishwasher and I work for a restaurant and I'm talking to my staff at the restaurant, well, maybe they think it's a person. Okay, I always try to clean my house on Friday afternoons. Put the S on afternoons, not Friday, on Friday afternoons. Very nice. I always walk at least 5 miles on the weekend. Very nice. Our solar panels were installed this weekend. Very nice. I go for a cup of coffee with my friends every Saturday. It's our tradition. Oh, that's nice. I like how you added it's our tradition. I would say the same about Kevin and I. It's our tradition to go for a coffee and dessert after work on Fridays and to leave a little early because it's Friday. Why not? On Friday, we went to our favorite cafe. Okay, so now you're being specific. We went to, so go in the past simple. We went to our favorite cafe. On Friday, we checked out a new cafe. Now, this is true. We went to our favorite cafe, but we also do this sometimes. Sometimes we check out new cafes. So notice I just used the present simple to talk about routines. Yes, you can say every Friday or Fridays. Every Friday we go for a coffee. On Fridays we go for a coffee. Yep. Okay, on Friday we checked out a new cafe. So to check out means to go and see something new to you. So it doesn't have to be new in a general sense, it just has to be new to you. Okay? We checked out a new cafe. Now, the cafe could be brand new, it just opened, or we've just never been there before, but it's been in the city for 5 years. Both are correct, it just depends on context. I had a cappuccino and a creme brulee croissant. Okay, so again, past simple. So you're combining the present simple and the past simple. I had a cappuccino because we generally use the verb have with food and beverages way more so than drink or eat. I had a cappuccino and a creme brulee croissant. Now, my spell checker added the French accents for me because it's a French word. And it was delicious, but too big and a little too sweet, to be honest. Okay, this is our next thing. You can't really tell too much what we're doing. Any ideas? I'll give you a second. Oh, there's a clue in the reflection. If you're Canadian, I don't think this would be common outside of Canada, but there's a clue right here in the reflection. So we're in a car. Kevin, there's some sort of machine in front of him. So this is a drive-through ATM, and the bank is BMO, Bank of Montreal, BMO. But that's a Canadian bank. Okay, so this is what we did. We did this on Friday. So we had coffee, and then this bank was very close to where we had our coffee. So we went to coffee, then the bank, and then we had another destination, which you will see soon. Oh, close. Yeah, it does look like a drive through for sure. Oh, a toll. That's a good one. A toll. I like that. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. So we often have errands to run over the weekend. So this is the present simple, just talking about my routine, my weekend routine in general. Remember, this is specific what we did. So it's the past simple, but in the present simple in general, we often have errands to run over the weekend. Okay, so have errands. Errands are chores that you do outside of the house. So going to the bank, this isn't ordering food. It looks like it, but this is a drive-through ATM, a drive-through bank. Okay, so that's a chore, having to go to the bank because it's work, but it's not for your home. It's not cleaning your bathroom. It's just work you need to do for your daily life outside of the home. Tasks, chores, work. Well, chores are what you do at home. And then we use the word errands. And you run errands. Okay. That's my next example. We often run errands over the weekend. Over the weekend means from at any point from the start of the weekend until the end of the weekend. And it views it as an entire time reference. So it just means the weekend, but it's not being specific. Is very natives very commonly use it in the present simple to talk about weekends. So yeah, it would be the replacement to on the weekend. We often run errands on the weekend or on weekends, on the weekend, over the weekend. They're very similar. Kevin acting funny as usual. Oh, I'll pass that along to him. Is he acting funny? He'll appreciate that. Okay. On Friday, I had to swing by my bank to deposit 2 checks. Now, I get these 2 specific checks that I get 4 times a year. And for whatever reason, it doesn't work if I take a picture of it and send it to my bank that way. They always reject it. I don't know why. And I get these checks 4 times a year. It's really cute story. My grandma bought me stock in a company when I was 12 years old. And ever since then, 4 times a year, I get these checks for very small amounts of money, like $5 and $7. And then I have these checks that I have to deposit, which is really cute because it reminds me of my grandma. Okay, swing by means that you go to a place quickly. So remember, I said we were at a cafe and then we had another destination to go to. So we just go to the bank before we go to our final destination. So you just go to a place quickly, swing by. So if you say to a friend, oh, why don't you swing by this weekend? It sounds like your friend is going to come to your house, but not necessarily for the entire afternoon or evening. Maybe they'll just come for a cup of coffee or come for a quick visit and then leave. So if you use that terminology, it represents quickly. So on Friday, I had to swing by my bank to deposit 2 checks. Oddly, the ATM inside the bank was closed, but the drive-through was open. So that's why the picture was with Kevin going through the drive-through. Because I wanted to get a picture of me depositing the checks because it would be way more obvious what I was doing for you guys. But the door was locked, which is weird because the ATM is in this locked area. So I don't know why. That's why I use the word oddly. Oddly to represent this isn't normal behavior. Normally, even if the bank is closed, there's a separate area just where the ATM is. And so you can go into that ATM any time of day, even after the bank is closed. So that's why I used oddly, because it suggests it isn't normal behavior. So maybe try an example sentence using oddly. So if you say something like oddly, my coworker was in a good mood. It sounds like your coworker isn't usually in a good mood because you said oddly. Or oddly, my boss gave me Friday off. So that isn't normal behavior for your boss to give you a day off. So adding oddly gives you a lot of information. Okay, this is where we went after the bank. So we had coffee, we went to the bank, and then we went for dinner. Any idea what type of cuisine we had? No, oddly does not mean usually. Oddly means different from what you expected. Yes, it's more like surprisingly or unusually. It's actually the opposite, unusually. Surprisingly, it's not what I expected. It's not based on normal behavior. Yeah, you could also use weirdly. Weirdly, the ATM was closed. Yeah, strangely, the ATM was closed. French cuisine, good guess, but no. Italian cuisine, good guess, but no. I love both of those cuisines. Okay, so let me share a present simple example first. We usually go out for dinner on Friday or Saturday. So it depends on our schedule. If we just, yeah, it depends on our schedule, but usually on Friday or Saturday, we go out for dinner. So go out for dinner, which means we do not have dinner at home. We have dinner at a restaurant. Oh, look at this vegetarian cuisine, Japanese, Moroccan, African. Moroccan. Yes. And you can say swing by or drop by. Yes. Indian. I do love Indian. Okay. We usually go out for dinner on Friday or Saturday. And in this case, we went out on Friday because we had other plans on Saturday. We love exploring new places to eat, which is true. Of course, we have a few favorite restaurants, our go to restaurants, but we love exploring new places, including new cuisines. So, new styles of food, new ethnicities. On Friday, we went to a Moroccan restaurant that opened a few months ago. So, two students said Moroccan. I wonder if you recognize the cuisine or if you just guessed. So, I'll show you the picture again. So, I will tell you what these dishes are. This was my first time having Moroccan food. Okay. So, we went to a Moroccan restaurant. So, Moroccan describes the restaurant that opened. The restaurant opened a few months ago. So it was a brand new restaurant. We were skeptical because there were no reviews online. Skeptical, which means we doubted. I don't know. Is it going to be good? There's no reviews. Skeptical. We were skeptical, which means we doubted the quality of the restaurant or we doubted that we would enjoy it. We were skeptical because there were no reviews online. But remember, we love exploring new places to eat and we're quite adventurous. So even if we weren't sure if it would be good or not, we still felt like we love exploring new places to eat. So we went, even though we were skeptical. We walked by the restaurant. So the restaurant is here and we walked by. Now, as we walked by, we looked in the window because before we committed, we wanted to make sure that there were other people in the restaurant. If there was no one else in the restaurant, that's not a good sign. On a Friday night, that's not a good sign. But we walked by the restaurant and we looked in the window. And there were 3 to 4 tables already there. Now, tables, that doesn't actually represent the physical table. It represents 3 to 4 groups of people sitting at a table. Okay, so it represents that there were people at the restaurant. So because of that, we thought, well, there's 3 to 4 other tables. Why not? Why not? Okay. We asked the server. So, server is the modern word for waiter, waitress. Waiter is for males, waitress is for females. But because they're gendered terms, they're not commonly used. We now use the term server to represent both genders. We asked the server to recommend 2 authentic but different Moroccan dishes because we had never been there. We had never eaten Moroccan food. We had never been to that restaurant. There were no reviews online, so we didn't know what to order. So we just asked the person to just pick the best dishes for us. But we wanted different dishes because we were going to share them. So we didn't want two things that were very similar. Okay. We asked the server to do something, to recommend. Now, to recommend something, to recommend two authentic but different Moroccan dishes. Authentic means it's actually the food they eat in Morocco. It's not an American version of Moroccan food. It's what people would expect in Morocco, what a grandmother in Morocco would serve her family. Yes, it was a big portion. And that's true. American portions are quite large. I'll be honest about that. That is the expectation. Yeah, traditional is a great word. Two traditional but different Moroccan dishes. Very nice. Ah, okay, tagine. And that's what we got. So these are the two items that we ordered because the server recommended them. We had the beef tagine and I don't know how to say this. Do you pronounce the R and the F? How would you pronounce that together? Rafiza? Rafiza? Hopefully I said that correctly. So I included the description from the website for you. The beef tagine, $29. I know it's interesting to see prices as well. Keep in mind, these are Canadian prices. Rafiza, $28. So a fragrant North American stew of tender meat or vegetable, but we got the beef one. Slow cooked with aromatic spices and a touch of sweetness. So that's the tagine. It comes in, I think it's clay, the clay pot, and then they take the top off and then it's served on the bottom of the pot. And then the rafiza, this was a Moroccan chicken and lentil stew, slow cooked with fenugreek, which is a spice, saffron, and warm spices served over layers of tender, I'm not sure how to say this, Masemin bread. This bread was so interesting. Kevin and I were convinced we were eating pasta. We were absolutely convinced. And as we're eating it, we were so confused. We're like, I wouldn't think well, we thought it was noodles. And we're like, I wouldn't think noodles would be traditional in Morocco. And then we looked at the description again on the menu and we're like, oh, it isn't noodles. It's some sort of bread. It was crazy. This was my favorite, the rafiza, because I had never tried anything like that before. It was just very different, so delicious. I loved it. And yes, mint tea is one of my favorite teas. I have mint growing in my garden and it grows like a weed. So I drink mint tea 3 to 4 times a week, if not more. Okay. So now that you know the description, I'll just go back and show you that picture again. So this was the rafiza, and then this was the tagine. It was so good. It was exceptional, honestly. I don't know why there were no reviews. We loved it. So even though we were skeptical, we were so glad we went because it was delicious. Okay, let's keep going. This is the following day. And this is how I spend a lot of my time on the weekend. I don't look like this with makeup on. I am usually covered in mud and dirty and sweaty and in gardening clothes. Every spring, I plant annuals in my planter boxes. Okay, these are planter boxes. They're boxes with soil, and you plant things in them. A planter box. A planter box. Now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then my deck is right here. And then I have 2 long ones on my deck. So every spring, which is the season we're in right now in North America, every spring I plant annuals. Annuals are flowers that only last for the season. Okay? Because this isn't in every country or every city, even. Because in certain places like Florida, it's very hot all year round. These plants may survive in January, February in Florida, but they will not survive in January, February in the city I live in if they're planted outside. So these plants will survive from now, they're in the planter box from June until October, and then they'll die because the weather will get too cold. So, because of that, we call them annuals, flowers that only last for that season. And yes, this is a river. This is the Ottawa River. So, if you continue on this river, you will eventually get to Parliament. Parliament is where the government of Canada does its business. It's like the White House, but for Canada. And it's on the exact same river, but it's quite far up. It would probably take you at least an hour by boat. And then directly across the water is actually a different province. So I'm in the province of Ontario, and across the water is Quebec. But I don't need a passport because they're both in Canada. Exactly. They don't grow every year. Okay. No, they won't. No, because our winter is just too cold. It will kill them. Yes, Ottawa is the capital city. And Ontario is the province. We use the terminology province in Canada. In the US, of course, they use state. So it's the same thing. You can think of it as a state, but we just use the term province. Okay, so we talked about this. You know what annuals are, you know what planter boxes are. I bought 18 plants for my boxes. So in each one of these, I put 3 plants. So 3 in here, 3 in here, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then the rest of them went on my planter boxes on my deck. And I don't know what these are. I think they're geraniums. But they'll have these beautiful flowers all season. So until October, I will see these beautiful flowers. In spring, I spend a lot of time doing yard work. This is true. I feel like too much time. So this is the present simple. I spend a lot of time doing. You need your gerund verb, doing something, doing yard work. Now, this is in spring. So you can use in and then season in spring, summer, fall, winter. Okay. So what about you? In spring, but in your country, you might use different terminology, of course. You might only have 2 seasons, a dry season and a wet season, perhaps. It is relaxing. Certain tasks. So, one of the tasks I had to do was carry 3 buckets of really heavy rocks. That was not relaxing, but certain tasks are relaxing. I always weed my garden on Saturday mornings. Okay, so this is the verb to weed. And this is in the present simple because I always weed my garden on Saturday mornings. Mornings has the S because it means every Saturday morning. Now, weed is a verb, but all weed is also a noun. So technically, you weed weeds, which means you take the weed out of the ground. Oh, it was definitely strength training. And yes, I had a very sore back after. I considered it my workout for the weekend. In spring, I spend a lot of time reading. You don't have to say on reading. You can just say, I spend a lot of time reading. One of my ongoing weekend chores is yard work. Ongoing means that it isn't specific to a certain weekend. It's just all weekend. So one of my ongoing weekend chores is yard work. And ongoing also represents that the yard work just isn't done. So yes, I did a lot of things this weekend. I still have more things to do. And when I pull the weeds, well, they're going to grow again. So it's ongoing. Oh, a lot of time hiking. Very nice. No, not all nouns can turn into verbs. Certain ones, but no, you can't make that as a general rule. I take care of the gardens. So the gardens are the areas where there are flowers or vegetables because we have both. And Kevin takes care of the grass. So my husband cuts the grass. So you can use cut the grass or mow the grass. Yes, gardening is never finished for sure. My ongoing weekend chore is mowing the lawn. Exactly. Very nice. Kevin cut the front and backyards on Saturday. So we have a front yard and we have a backyard. We don't always cut them at the same time, which is why I said front and backyards, because it's very common to just cut the front yard because our backyard doesn't need to be cut as frequently. So you can use cut or mow. So it's when you take your lawnmower and you go like that. Oh, my friend takes care of cooking while I take care of cleaning. Well, that sounds like a great arrangement between you and your friend. And yes, these would be considered chores. Gardening, cutting the grass, because they're to do with our house. Even though it's outside, it's still our property. Kevin picked up and moved 5 heavy bags of soil for my garden because they were too heavy for me. I couldn't do it. So he did that, which is nice. Now, in this case, actually, I'm not talking about pick up in the sense of this motion. I'm actually talking about he purchased. So he went to the store and he got 5 heavy bags and then he had to move them. So he had to put them in certain locations around the house. Okay, so someone mentioned hiking, and that's also what we did this weekend. We often go for a hike or bike ride on Sundays. So Sundays, we generally don't do any work around the house, no chores, because we want to enjoy the day and not have a sore back. So we often, because sometimes we don't do this, it just depends. We often go for a hike, go for a bike ride. So you can use the verb. We often go hiking. So you could use go hiking or go biking on Sundays. You could use that, or you can use the noun, a hike, a bike ride. Both are very commonly used. Oh, thank you for pointing that out because cut is the past simple. So here, Kevin cut the front and back yards. This isn't the present simple of Kevin cuts the front and back yards. For example, Kevin always or Kevin usually cuts because Kevin is he cuts. That would be the present simple. But cut is the irregular past simple. So the conjugations are base verb cut, past simple cut, participle cut. Cut, cut, cut. Yes, I save my coffee grounds and eggshells and a lot of other items. We went for a beautiful 3-hour hike on Sunday morning. So here, beautiful represents the hike. 3-hour also describes the hike. So this is an adjective, which is why there's no S on it. 3-hour hike on Sunday morning. And went for. So this is go for a hike, but this is the past simple. Went for a hike. No for. I go hiking. So we went hiking for 3 hours on Sunday morning. So you go hiking. You go for a hike. Good question. You're very welcome. Okay, this is the last thing we did on Sunday. What are we doing? And this was just for the picture because I don't actually barbecue. Kevin does, but this is just posed for the photo. We had a barbecue. So you have a barbecue. We had a barbecue or we barbecued. Natives commonly use it as a verb as well. We barbecued. Barbecued. Okay. We have, so present simple, we have friends and family over for dinner at least once a month. At least means the minimum is once a month. Okay. So it could be twice a month, 3 times a month. We had a barbecue. So we have friends and family over, which means we invite them to our house. So it's very common to say, oh, I'm having friends over tonight. I'm having family over tonight. My mom's coming over tonight. Okay. So to have someone over means you invite someone to your home. We had Kevin's family over for a casual barbecue on Sunday afternoon. So for a barbecue, you could say for dinner, for lunch, for a picnic, for a barbecue. Now, barbecues can be fancy. You can prepare a beautiful slow cooked salmon, for example. In my opinion, what we did, hot dogs and hamburgers, is very casual. So it's the type of food you might even eat on a paper plate. Very casual. Kevin made hot dogs and hamburgers. Remember, I didn't make them. It was just for the picture. I could have said Kevin barbecued, but Kevin made hot dogs and hamburgers at his family's request. Okay, at his family's request, his family said, oh, can you make hamburgers? Can you make hot dogs? That's what his family wanted to eat. Kevin made hot dogs and hamburgers at his family's request. I picked up some potato salad as a side item. So you have your plate, you have your hot dog or hamburger or both, I guess. But then you need something else to complete the meal. So some sort of salad or vegetable or item. We call that a side item. So I picked up some potato salad, which means I got it from a store. I did not make it since we were out hiking all morning. So, making something like a potato salad takes quite a bit of time. And we were hiking all morning. I didn't have the time. So, I just got it I got it from the store. Yeah, you can use side dish for sure, side item or side dish. You don't do a barbecue, you have a barbecue or you barbecue. We barbecued this weekend. We had a barbecue this weekend. And that's the end of our lesson. Now you know all about what I did over the weekend. And that's a pretty typical weekend, I would say. And remember, you can join the Finally Fluent Academy. You can keep learning natural expressions. You can study native speakers. You can get my personal support as well. So you can find the link in the description or go to my website. I highly recommend you join if you want the program, the guidance, and the support to reach your fluency goals. And make sure you put yes, yes, yes in the comments if you enjoyed this lesson. Also, like it, subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson as well. And you're very welcome. And yeah, so pick up means to get something from a store. So someone might ask, oh, can you pick up some bread on your way home? So can you go to the store and get bread? I picked up some bread. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Awesome, everyone. Woohoo. All right. Very good. Thank you so much, everyone. And I will see you in my next lesson. Bye.